And we're going to have... Oh, yeah, you go ahead.
I was going to say, now we're running up against time real quick. So, Penguin, I know you were hanging out. We'll get you on later. We're going to do an interview later with Singwin Penguin if he's still hanging around between rounds as we're kind of setting up. But if you want to go ahead and pop back into the other group, I apologize. We just kind of had some technical difficulties.
No worries, guys. Good luck out there, and I'll see you around.
Thanks. Have a good day. Yeah, Gabriot, anything else you want to cover as we're going into it?
I don't think so. I'm going to get the seed. Actually, Viable, are you able to paste a seed? I think it's going to screw up my my view if I paste a seed.
It's done.
It is.
I pasted it already. You're good.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Nate. All right. So,
where's the...
and even a Wickless Tycoon if we're thinking purely of score.
I also think it's kind of sad that you don't have a Siren of the Sea, which at least if it dies, it maintains its stats. But if that nameless Siren dies, you have no hope. It is your source, and it'd be interesting to see how they try to, those that took the Siren, how they try to deal with this kind of odd mix, as Viable mentioned, this odd mix of burnouts plus reform plus incant.
Right.
Yeah. Now I think that having access to the Remnant host right off the bat is something that can mix well between the two. I think you can get a lot of value in your non-reforming decks by having units that die and act as chump blockers as opposed to relying on them as your damage output. It then also lets you generate a little bit of synergy between playing some of the reform spells and triggering incant while also progressing your defensive game plan.
Right. Looks like we have a Titan Sentry offered, which is pretty nice with this challenge. A lot of extra frostbite from that unit.
Drafts I would not pick here. You don't get any benefit from the Mutator because it's based on some type of trigger. There's no triggers. Right. Normally I would take a draft, but I think here it doesn't really fit.
Yeah. It is interesting to see how aggressive people are going. Some people I'm noticing aren't really picking tanks, really just going all in on offense, which looks like maybe...
I mean, to the point that, as Viable mentioned, if you have something like a Remnant host that you can just keep bringing back, that can act as a quasi-tank, at least until Relentless.
Yeah. And it might help with those flying kills if that's something they're going to be going for. I would expect on at least a couple of these that we see some flying kills, but I won't give anything specific away.
Yeah, there's some interesting ways in which I think you're being pulled in two different directions here. The big problem I can see, one, not having access to either of your starter cards or either of your champions might disable you from actually engaging in certain types of strategies that are outside of how you interact with your units. So things like having Conduit Tethys to actually let you play some of the big spells, having the Inherent Reform or Harvest from Rectiflector to give you scaling, you're going to have to make up for those things. So are you actually going to be able to generate flying kills and low floor kills if you need to generate value purely with the cards you play that are not free and added to your opening hand? I'm not sure. It's a little tougher to get low floor kills when you don't have that, free guaranteed busted play that scales as the run goes on.
Absolutely. Especially with no reloads, you run that risk of some bad draws getting you some pyre health taken, which only five pyre damage equals an entire floor of boss rush.
Yeah. And I think we see a lot of the strategy that we discussed going on here. A lot of people trying to use the Remnant units as chump blockers while using staging as their main damage output. Seems to be a pretty common theme. Interestingly enough, to play into that, facing off against these incant enemies, giving them more damage deliberately can actually be extremely helpful to help them kill your chump blockers. Because once you get up to burnout 2 or 3, you need those things dying every single turn, and it can be a little tough for that extra health.
Right.
Completely alternative strategy. You could say from the very beginning, I'm not going to go for flying kills, but I can try to pump my gold numbers up because you do have You have double triggers on Harvest Tycoon, which was offered. You have double triggers on Paraffin Thug. You could go for hey, I can make up 900, even over 1,000 points just purely on gold generation. I don't know if anyone's going with that, but it would be an alternative if you are concerned about, getting flying kills in a run like this.
It's interesting that nobody took the Siren of the Sea. I suppose they're
Dusk took it. Dusk took the Siren of the Sea. I watched that. Yes,
nice.
And I quite like that, especially if you started with Guard of the Unnamed. I think the combo is a lot more secure in a reformed deck, certainly than Nameless Siren. Although the scaling is a little slower, but honestly, I don't think damage scaling is going to be the issue with the double incant triggers. Honestly, the biggest thing this deck that is hurting this deck is the dregs. Having so many dregs just slows down all of that incant progression.
Right. Yeah, there's 2 clan combos that I don't love when I'm trying to do an incant deck. This is one of them. The other is the Exiled Hellhorned. Very annoying to have those units just filling up the deck.
Yeah, if you had the champion, if you have the champion, I think that combo works a little bit better.
Right.
And obviously, that's kind of where I've buttered my bread in terms of busted combos, I think. But with that strategy is really built on having access to, either Vector Flicker, Little Fade, or Shard Tail Queen.
Right.
So what are you going to do when you actually just have to throw in random units? I think things that go big way towards making that happen are units like, you can see a Narninian has a Wickless Baron. Wickless Baron's kind of a nice go-between a chump blocking strategy and something that needs a mixture of nice chunky frontline damage and backline spell damage. As long as you can get enough targeted spells, I think that the Wickless Baron is going to be able to carry you pretty far, especially with that Remnant Host start.
And the fact that Remnant Host now is producing 4 drafts reliably, even if you're not getting kills on the same floor as the Wickless Baron, he is still going to grow quite, a lot. That's what? 24 health, 24 damage per Remnant Host. That's pretty fast scaling.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can find a multi-strike for that Baron. Though I suppose the Merchant of Steel is a bit ahead of where he is now. Entombed Explosive, I've noticed, has been pretty good in these challenges.
Yeah, the double extinguish triggers come in really handy, because that's one of the biggest problems with incant builds is the early units, and having something like an Entombed Explosive or a big spell can certainly help mitigate early pyre damage.
Right.
Even short of the double triggers, the fact that a primary strategy here seems to be a chump blocking based defensive strategy, you might as well have your chump blocker actually generate some value on the way out, and Entombed Explosive is one of the best ways to do that. So I think what we're seeing here is a nice mixture of harvest builds and incant builds. There's a really interesting attempt by some players to lean hard into the double triggers. You can see that Loxi here is going for this nice build with a Nameless Siren and Icy Silophytes. Can be a little bit icy, I think. Even with double triggers, the average unit quality of those units is pretty low. And we also have to keep in mind Seraph and how, applying buffs and trying to play on middle floors or bottom floors with sweep and spell weakness might actually interact with Seraph here.
I'm a little bit concerned. A lot of the players have, at this point, something like 5 or 6 priority units, and there's a huge bloat factor, especially later when you're going to get Ember Drained. If you have 3 or 4 floors getting Ember Drained consistently, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle to incant for the rest of the run. So I don't know if they're planning to clean it up later or if they're just hoping that the unit strength itself can carry. But this would be my big concern right now with a lot of the different players who I think I've at least seen 3 players with at least 4 priority units.
Yeah, they may want to put a crit builder on a holdover or something of that sort to try to just make sure they're never getting hit by that pyre wings.
Now, Carrie's encountering an interesting decision point here. Had the option to go for consistent days or sap holdover build, decided to elect against it. I find that pretty interesting. I think it's generally a powerful strategy. Even the Drain can be extremely powerful, but most people know that Frenzied Swarm is insane. The thing you have to balance there is, how am I generating my defensiveness as we discussed before? And if you want to actually create value over time by chunk blocking and being able to reform units and make them bigger, having enemy units just die before they hit you is not actually where you want to be here. I also don't think that we're going to encounter too much of a problem generating defensive value, because we have the chump blockers, and also most people pick the Guard of the Unnamed. At this point, it's really, how do you distribute your frontline and backline damage output, and how do you set yourself up to deal with relentless fights?
Right.
So I think if it were me, I would plan to trim to, I would say, 4 units, 2 of them being non-priority units. I would take Siren of the Sea, I would take either Guard of the Unnamed or Titan Sentry as my tanks, because neither of them are particularly affected by Cleanse. Yeah, Titan Sentry's Frostbite gets eliminated, but the main reason you have something like that is just to kill backliners. A lot of the stuff like Thugs, even the Harvest Baron to it, well, I guess Harvest Baron would actually be the solid, sorry. But like Thugs and others, like, they have no value going into Seraph. You should really just plan on scrapping them, at least Ring 7, Ring 8. I'm curious if we'll get that, but again, this is my big concern, is you have so many units. If you don't get those incant units early, if you don't get a Titan Sentry early, you could be facing serious pyre damage before Seraph even gets Relentless.
Yeah, certainly something to watch out for with this just pair of clans in general is the fact that they're both very setup heavy. You don't actually see the same kind of need for setup out of Awoken or Hellhorn, but I think Stygian and Melting Remnant tend to want a little bit of time to get going.
It was interesting to see nobody choose the Wickless Tycoon. I'd wondered if that would be enticing to people, just simply to try to get score. I wonder if people are mainly just trying to get top 4 here. That seems like maybe more of a sound strategy than really going for that number 1 spot.
Well, as Nate said earlier, you do have to be careful about your priority units, all of your banner units, and making sure you can draw those consistently. While Wickless Tycoon would be a good score boon in the late game and give you a lot of access to money in the early game thanks to double triggers, the defensiveness on it doesn't really scale into the late game that well, and if you're worried about having damage output to deal with waves so you don't generate any leaks, Wickless Tycoon's not doing you any favors there either.
Right.
I think that having leaks come through in the first 3 waves of fights is going to be the general biggest concern here.
Right. It looks like, so I think Hippopotamus might have taken some pyre damage. Is it the last fight he took it in?
I believe it was Ring 4. I think here he's been pretty clean.
Okay.
All the rest are, I think, undamaged for the run. What will be very interesting also is to see what Ring 7 trial is going to come up, because that will have a huge effect on survivability. For example, if you get full heals, if you get spikes is probably not such a big deal in this particular setup, but like full heals could be really bad, armor could be really bad. Getting that early damage scaling is, I think a lot of players will struggle, and I'm curious to see if they all go for that trial or if any of them just say, hey, you know what, I'm going to try to just finish my run and not worry about losing a little bit of score in order to guarantee my survival.
Right.
I will apologize, Troy. When it seems like the score display at the bottom of the screen is not updating, I am tracking those scores as we go, so we should have those hopefully back online at some point. Nate, if you can take a look at that, I have the data in. But we are not missing any data. It's just a error with the graphic updating. Just to let everyone know.
Any picks on early favorites here for this round? I gotta say, I'm liking the Narninian setup personally, the double Wickless.
It's very strong.
I think the Wickless units were, well, I guess not Wickless units in general, but the actual Wickless units, Wickless Baron, Wickless Tycoon. Wickless Baron seems just absolutely nuts in this combo. I think that was a massive pickup for him. Again, it just plays well into both strategies, lets you do both things at once, and it's also just inherent early game to late game scaling, Wickless Baron really scales with not only the amount of rounds that you have in each fight, but also the number of units that are spawned in each wave during each fight.
Yeah, it really seemed like when I had practiced this challenge a few times, Incant and Harvest, both of them seemed to just be the most massively benefiting from this double trigger mutator.
Certainly. I mean, there are some other things that are quite good. Cultivate's quite good. Any of like the rejuvenation triggers can be really good, but I totally agree. I think Stygian Guard's a little bit of a no-brainer when it comes to doubles because the Incant is already strong. It's already one of the strongest mechanics in the game, and then you double it. And then, of course, Harvest. And the main advantage here, again, it's I think most of the time those builds already sustain just fine. Their biggest weakness is damage scaling. You get units that, Ring 7 first units that have 140, 160 HP. You can't get through them with a 5x2 Wickless Baron. It's not going to happen. So knowing that you can get a lot more damage scaling early certainly helps both of those clans out. Where I think with the others, they don't rely so much on, the long-term scaling. They can scale quite rapidly.
Time for the Ring 7. Looks like Narninian's the first one to reach it.
And it is armor.
Maybe Curious.
Arninian, honestly, on kind of a speed run here.
Yeah. This is the ring that can, Ring 7. Shade Wings have caught me by surprise too many times to count. So hopefully this is...
You can see Narnian already weighing the options here, because that 20 armor on the Shade Wings is brutal. If you don't kill them, they will take down your Pyre very, very quickly. And he doesn't have, for example, like a Titan Sentry like a lot of the others have, which would,
right.
If you have an Endless Titan Sentry or a Reformed Titan Sentry, that's probably enough. You're going to get double Frostbite triggers, but I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, it seems like Narninian's runs so far is focused a lot on chunky frontline damage and not worrying about distributing his damage. He's been carried pretty hard by the Wickless Baron, allowing him to set up lower floors, not worry about the last couple waves, and just dealing a lot of damage to front lines by the Remnant hosts. But I'm curious to see how that scales into a point where you can't avoid leaks and you need to actually distribute your damage in a much wider way, because units like Shade Wings, a lot of people like to prepare for something like the double Gilded Wing waves, and those are really, really threatening. How are you going to deal? How does your deck actually deal with single tank or two tanks plus some extremely important backliners? That's another question to be asked, and I'm not sure his deck is well set up to deal with that.
He does at least get the Endless on the Remnant host there at 1 HP, which is pretty nice. So now that'll always be getting popped first. He has 2 Endless Tomes. Makes for good consistency, I suppose.
So some interesting opportunities for players to go for some more combo-y type decks here. We've seen a couple copies of Memories of the Melted, which not normally that good with Stygian as your secondary, but given the starting Remnant host and how highly these players have been seen prioritize getting the Remnant host back, that's a lot of death triggers. Possibly some Spike of the Stygian combos can be built if you set up Permafrost. I'm not sure. It's a little too speculative, I think, for the players, especially as you're trying to rush through. I think building a combo deck is a little dicey. So it probably is a better way to generate flying boss kills and first 4 kills.
Yeah, I would want to have practiced my Siliphyte game a lot if I was going to try to make that work. It's definitely doable. But, with these tournaments, it's tough to really improvise too much on the fly. I usually like to stick to what I know. 40 minutes, no reloads. Can be a bit tough to spend too much thought.
Yeah, though that's somewhat a benefit of the strategy that Narninian kind of went for, just playing fast and loose in the first few fights. It actually worked out for him in terms of score also, but having that little bit of extra time in the later rings to think about not only the way you play the fights, but the decisions you make in your draft and how you're actually building a synergistic deck can be really helpful.
Right.
And
looks especially considering that's the most score you're going to gain or lose is those final 2 rings.
It does look like both Carius and Narninian have a pretty clean Ring 7 here. Carius, they're going completely different strategies. Carius is all in on Incant and Titan Sentry, and that certainly helped killing those Shade Wings. Narninian was able to manage it through that mix of just, to be honest, a lot of damage coming from the Wickless Barons, but also he took the, what is it called? The AoE based on deaths. My brain isn't more functioning. But
Fatal Melting.
Fatal Melting, which ended up helping him with that first wave. So, both strategies seeming to be completely viable, no pun intended, in this current challenge seed.
Something to be very mindful of, though. I think Fatal Melting is an absolute slam dunk in this deck, but again, this combo, you're only really going to struggle with your first couple of waves coming up, and in some sequences of draws, you might not be able to get that Fatal Melting off for actual good value in your first cycle of your deck.
For example, Narninian's current draw, which opening hand, Fatal Melting.
There you go. That's a lot of harvests. Probably set him up for the rest of this fight here.
The question is, how's he?
Ember Drain coming in.
How does he going to take care of this? I guess he only has 14 damage. I guess.
You could Wicklash one of them.
But even if he Wicklashes, it's going to get a kill off of the first drag, and then it's going to get enough armor to withstand. He might take some pyre damage here.
If he can get some Ice Tornado or Frostbite, or a Frost.
He could also I was going to say, if he puts in the Remnant Host, that might do enough with all the drag or drafts, because you get 4, right? So.
Oh, and he has the Entombed Explosive.
And he was able to manage it.
McBeard actually splashing into a possible combo deck here, picked up the Gift of the Gratitude. Obviously tough for us to say whether or not he was planning on using that for a short-term gain or just something long-term busted with a Memories of the Melted. But as we've seen with some of the players who are ahead of him right now, he will have a lot of opportunities to pick up Memories of the Melted. The fact is that he doesn't know that yet, so he might have just cashed it in. It was tough to see it went by so fast first turn where he had it.
I wonder if Loxy took that, because Loxy does have the Silliphite. Because that could be a way to maybe get a flying kill if you get that, maybe an Ice Tornado up or the Crypt Builder several times, and then just blast a 10 spell weakness flying boss.
I'm actually interested in here in what McBeard is thinking with the Remnant pack. Definitely a very powerful card, but you need to have something very purposeful to do it. It's not a card you just throw into your deck. It seems like Remnant Host might generally be the plan, or Entombed Explosive, whichever one he needs early on. Can be a little clunky. He doesn't have it frozen right now, but it's still how are your draws going to line up, and then even if you're guaranteed to have that Remnant Pact in your hand, how does your mana line up on a turn where you want to play it? Do you need to be spending mana on other things, especially with all of these copies of Molded that are really, really key to keep going, or even just having to play the initial plays of the tomb themselves?
Looks like he might have got bitten by the Burnout artifact there. He could have just played the host up top, but because the 4 Burnout, he has to cycle back into it now. I'm always wary of that Burnout artifact, one that extends it by 3. Can hurt you more than it helps you a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I think in this deck where you might not have a lot of agency over whether or not units actually kill your tombs, because you're going to want to be killing those units with spells, you're going to have a little bit of struggle getting your tombs to die, so having lower burnout counters on them might have been better.
Yeah, I didn't notice it earlier, but Carius actually picked up the Devourer of Death as his AoE supplement. And I really actually like it in this build. I think it's quite strong. You literally just put anything in front of Dreg, anything, and it's going to clear the backliners. And that's often the problem with Chased, because the frontliners are so freaking chunky. But
yeah, maybe even could contribute to a flying kill if he had enough harvests.
Well, Narninian just finished his run. He got a first floor kill.
45k.
Not a bad start.
45k is a pretty solid setup, though I would like to note Mick Beard not exactly in the lead in terms of how fast he's playing the run, but his score, his midline score for going into ring 7 is actually extremely high. I think he actually has the top.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, he's a pretty solid player. I've paid attention to the daily challenges, and you'll notice McBeard's name on there quite often in the top 10. So I'll be I'm interested to see. This is an interesting tournament because with the sort of ridiculousness of some of these, how some of these challenges can go, I think people that do daily challenges might have a slight advantage in this tournament.
I think we're also approaching a point right now where Loxy, being the person who's played a little more deliberately with his run so far, is starting to run into a bit of a time crunch. We only have 13 and a half minutes left,
Right.
and he's working on the Ring 6 battle. I'm definitely not going to save a lot of time in those final fights having to think about the lines of play and the number of game actions you need to take.
He's actually in a little bit... Well, I guess the Crypt Builder might... Okay, Crypt Builder did save him. I was going to say, he might not even be able to kill Arcus on this floor, but yeah, he had a lot of spell weakness stacked up. And that's actually one of the problems I find with a lot of these spell weakness decks. There's a lot of math. You got to think really through, like, how much spell weakness do you need? You have to make sure you're not playing any AoE spells or, you know, Ice Tornadoes on accident, and that can slow you down, all that thinking.
Also might need
Hippopotamus.
to watch out for... Oh, good.
I was going to say Hippopotamus taking some damage on this Seraph fight. He might be in trouble here. Yeah,
Hippopotamus.
Yeah.
It's tough to avoid a Gilded Wing leak when you're on double Nameless Siren, you're fighting Seraph the Chase. Even with double triggers, Seraph the Chase is going to repeatedly go to that floor because he's not on a multi-floor setup.
Yeah.
I think there would have been a lot of benefit here. Obviously, he was split a little wide.
That's
He
a
would have
good
liked to have
drop.
that Titan Sentry down earlier. Having the Titan Sentry down earlier, not only letting the Frostbite percolate in the waves, but also encouraging Seraph the Chase to go to different floors would have been very helpful, but it came a little late.
Yeah, he's not going to have enough damage to kill... Ooh.
It's going to cost some score there.
Yeah. Carius getting a very solid second floor kill. He took no damage. That should put him comfortably in second place for now. But as you said, we'll have to see how McBeard finishes it off. But he's definitely on target to lock in first place if he can get some clean Ring 7 and Ring 8 kills.
Yeah, certainly the very, I don't know, subtle score differences that seem to be a little unrelated to pyro health. You see someone at a much lower health, and the one thing you can forget is how many pyro remains did they encounter. It's not like pyro remains is something that substantial when choosing which side of the track to go on. It is going to change that delta of the players seem to be doing versus how well they're actually doing in score.
I also haven't been following gold numbers to see how close a lot of the players are in terms of final gold. But when we were talking like between first and second place, we have what, less than 600? No, 650 point difference. Gold could make up the difference.
Definitely.
I'm pretty confident that all of them are going to finish the run. It's going to come down to score, who qualifies or not.
And it'll be close here. I mean, I believe other than Hippopotamus, I don't think anyone else has taken pyre damage.
And he might die here.
Yeah, this is going to be close. He's got a decent amount of frostbite. Maybe he can...
If he can bring back a solid unit here.
Right.
I think he's trying to decide between playing the Tornado or bringing back a unit.
Yeah, I think bring back the unit. It's going to give him a better chance here. Oh, there's...
And as far as I can tell, McBeard did abandon the possible Gift of Gratitude Memories of the Melted combo. Don't think he's going to need it as long as he has a couple good fights at the end to lock up first place or second place. But could have done something pretty insane. Maybe even set himself up in a scenario where he could have lost on Seraph fight and still actually pulled into top 4 here.
So we did see Hippopotamus. He did, unfortunately, lose right at the end, but he did get a lot of damage onto Seraph. We'll have to see if it's enough compared to how some of the other players are finishing it off. So he'll sit in third for now. We still have 3 more runs to finish, and 9 minutes left. It is getting a little bit tight on time for some of these players.
Yeah, they may have to abandon.
Yeah, Loxy also encountering an interesting scenario. May seem weird, the difference between how fast Narninian finishes run and how fast Loxy is going through. I think a lot of that's not actually attributed to how deliberate players decide to be at each stage of the game. So much of it is this Loxy went for this Lady of the Reformed build, which caused him to have to really think about which floor he was setting up and the turns in which he could play his units early. Because if you have those units burn out just one turn before Lady gets hit, you run into a world of hurt.
Yeah, and already he's having some problems with unit leaks on Ring 7. And it doesn't get any easier with Seraph. There's some chunky units there as well. So have to see if his build can actually sustain. I think it's reliable in terms of killing the bosses, but he's really struggling to clear these early units.
Seems like a lot of players went for that Remnant Pact, and I'm not sure it's doing them that much good in these early cycles. It is at the very least just a single incant trigger if you really, really want to just throw it away for that. But I've seen a lot of value in these actually being put on tombs that people want to reanimate or drafts so far. Seems like it's just been a single incant trigger there.
Yeah, he's also been putting Wicklash onto his Nameless Siren, and I'm not convinced that's a good path to go. Especially when you get into Seraph, you have to get 3,000 damage, and that's a lot of hits on a cleansed Nameless Siren. Doesn't matter how big your tank is if your damage dies after 5 turns of burnout.
I think I also saw Curious go with the Wickless holdover. I get the idea. It is like hard to scale against Chased, but yeah, I have to tend to agree. I don't know if Wicklash would be the most sort of high value holdover.
I'd agree also. I think it's very, very possible that we see a fight here that comes down to a Relentless with a massive Titan Sentry, and in the end it just ends up being Titan Sentry trying to hit Seraph for 5 or 6 turns before dying. No one was fortunate enough to pick up a Molten Encasement throughout this run, which would have been absolutely insane. It just wasn't in the cards. An interesting thing that we've been discussing a lot lately is how commons are actually technically more rare than uncommons because you don't get to see them after a certain ring.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting how that works out. I wish I could find a good source on the odds for uncommons and rares. I wouldn't be surprised if rares are even less rare than commons. Just when you factor in cavern events and everything.
And what's so interesting about it too is those commons, they define your runs so much, and yet have such little flexibility. Like once you get past ring 3, you've picked almost all your draft units, and you've picked them based off of the commons you started with. So it's a little interesting, the dynamic of how drafting works in Monster Train.
Though melting Remnant specifically does kind of buck that trend just by having access to a lot of rare units that you can pick up later on in just normal drafts or events. Things like Bounty Stalker or Big Sludge can actually pop up a lot later than most units. Give you some opportunities to flex which units you're running into, though I think you want to mainly stick to these incant units and your burnout units that actually die right now.
So Loxy did manage to survive, got a really solid reform right at the end to clinch out the run. I'm going to do a quick notification to the players that 5-minute warning.
Sure.
So worth noting, Loxy did take a big chunk there. It seems like it's a real big dip. Not in that bad of a relative position going into ring 7. So I think he's actually going to be okay. He at least is in the middle of the pack right now. The players that seem to kind of be on the chopping block are actually a couple of the other remainders, specifically Hippopotamus had some rough fights early on, and Rising Dust did not go into ring 7 with the highest score value. A lot of that might just be attributed to the floor he chose to play on.
So Rising Dust just finishing his run.
I couldn't catch if he may have skipped a trial or not. Oh, it looks like he is finished here.
Yep, and he's going to finish with, I think, 3rd place. 38,000.
So now it's down to the wire for Loxy and McBeard.
So Rising Dust actually skipped 2 trials, which I think is the big delta of the score that you saw there. He skipped the second and final trials. May not have just felt that the deck had enough punch in it to get him through at that point, though I think in this format, especially just given the double triggers, there's a lot you can really do in those first couple fights, and something like trying to just kill on a higher floor and taking the trial, trying to kill on top floor with your heavy trigger deck and taking the trial, I think is going to be worth generally more than skipping it.
Right.
Not only do you lose the points bonus points from taking the trial, but also you're losing the rewards that you would get off of it.
I think one important point about this one as well, and kind of goes back to this discussion around, do you try to go for a Silophyte setup, is the cleanse also reduces the amount of spell weakness you're going to get. I think given the setup here, I don't know that a flying kill by spell damage is even feasible.
Yeah, I think you would have had to go harder on it, like put your multi-strike on Silophyte, dupe it, and just thin the deck out so much that you're really drawing into Ice Tornadoes and Crypt Builders only. And that gives
I
the
also
guard
feel like
as
the
well.
better chance. I feel like the better chance to have generated a flying kill would have been on Fell. It's going to be a little bit tough to do against Seraph the Chase,
Right.
mainly just given how thick the waves are. Like, obviously, he's cleansing the debuffs, but you need to clear out the waves to make space to attack Seraph the Chase, while also maintaining that spell weakness, and that's going to pull you in two different directions as he's cleansing that debuff.
So this is really going to come down to the finisher here. We have very, very, very close between third and fourth. It's all going to come down to whether he can get a bottom floor kill here, I think. If he gets second or top, he will not have a high enough score to clinch out fourth place.
And Nate, do you have access to the final score for Hippopotamus?
Yeah, his final score is 31,657. 31657.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like where would the squeeze point be here? The squeeze point is going to be right above Rising Dusk. So you're looking for right around 39,000 points in here.
Yeah, you get 10,100 if he can clear the bottom floor kill. I don't think he has the deck to do it though. I think we're gonna see him sitting right in fifth place. Not to mention,
it looks like the Lady of the Reform was just a bit too clunky.
Yeah,
It's also
yeah.
only has about 200 gold, so not a huge push, or not getting too much from that gold for score.
And he's got 1 minute left.
I mean, it might be iffy if, let's see, that's 97 by 2, so have maybe, how many more waves is there? One
more wave.
Yeah, I don't know if, well, maybe the Devourer of Death, maybe.
I don't think he has enough. He just barely brought it back.
Yeah, hitting the capacity reduction on that bottom floor was just it's just a little too bad. He needed another damage dealing unit.
Yeah.
Also, I'm reminding myself that we gave them go ahead 1 minute late, so actually he is still within time. If you're watching, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, 1 more minute I got on my timer.
Yeah, I think everyone is perfectly fine. Again, Narninium with the speed run coming out there.
Yeah.
Really
Setting the
slow down
pace.
starting in Ring 6.
Both Narnini and Carius known for playing pretty fast and pretty effective.
So we don't get the bottom floor kill. I think that already knocks him out, but let's see if he's able... Oh, he's going to end. He's going to end on time. That makes sense. And that will be Narninian, Carius, McBeard, and Rising Dusk progressing into semifinals. Very, very tight race. Very, very tight game.
Yeah, a very. I got to congratulate every single participant here. This was, as far as these challenges go, not an easy run by my estimation, especially the chased fight. I'm going to go ahead and update the bracket if you guys want to keep.
I'm going to jump over since I'm actually playing in the next round, and
Sure.
I will talk to you
Makes
guys.
sense.
Talk to you guys later.
Good luck,
Yeah,
mate.
well, thanks for hanging out, Nate.
No problem. Hey guys,
Howdy.
that was a very tight Group A. Whew. Making me nervous.
Naninian did really well.
He did. I think he played it right. When you start with a remnant host, I think you go all in on harvest and you just basically say no to the incant.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think I noticed that I was looking at all the streams for everyone on Ring 3, and I think I only saw Narninian with the Baron. I was like, that's definitely first place.
And Baron is like so powerful even without Remnant Host on this particular setup.
Yeah, with double triggers, he just scales insanely fast.
Like,
explosive tombs to handle the
like
first couple waves.
it's scaled so fast with Remnant Host that he killed Seraph like on the first wave of the first 4. Like, he didn't even get an attack off pretty much.
So let me get the challenge
will
code
all
ready.
the announcements start and everything be on over voice, because I can't share the game screen, so I can't view Discord. I have to be in game completely.
Yeah. So what we do is you share your screen, and then I'm going to be doing a server mute and a server deafen so that you can't hear anyway.
No, I mean when it starts, will
Yeah.
you
when
unmute and say start, or will it only be visible on Discord, because I can't read Discord?
I would just wait. You will see the notification pop up. If your Discord highlights, that means it's time to go, because that's the only time I'll ever formally what's the word for it? I'll at everyone in order to tell them. But
So how can I make Discord have sound or anything?
I would just check for the notification. You'll get a notification when it's time to start.
Yeah, so I'll just keep chatting while we get that going. We will try to also, we can probably put up the
I'm putting up the seed now.
Live and updated version of the graph later on.
Gabriot's Twitch, the chart wasn't updating. I noticed.
Yeah, we mentioned that problem. We have it updated on here, so I'm not sure if we just had a problem with the source on there. Might have been an issue, because the chart was updating live as we were going through. It just didn't update in Streamlabs for some reason. So I'm not sure what would have caused that.
I have had it occasionally where unless you have the window open, Streamlabs won't update. Like if it's in the background, even if it was linked, it won't update. I've had that happen before.
Hopefully we'll get that going in the subsequent rounds. I'm going to go ahead and set up the next graph, and we'll see if we can actually get it going this time.
Sure. So if folks want to go ahead and stream their screens, I can update the names for this next round.
I've also put in the seeds, just so you're aware. So they're ready. You can have it up. Obviously don't start until we give the signal. Well, not we, until they give the signal.
And if you don't mind covering me for a bit there while I update this.
I'm just gonna scroll back up to something that I said earlier, which I believe was, oh boy, am I glad I'm not in this one. That's my worst clan combo. And then...
All right, I'm going to mute and deafen everybody. See you on the other side. Good luck. And we'll start in basically a minute. Well, I think Gabriot or Viable will post in the chat to start. But yeah, good luck.
So it looks like we have the graph set up. Gabriot, I think you're on the...
All right, guys. Oh, man. We're on stream only now. Nerves. I'm nervous. That was a tight group. That was a tight group. Hey, Stygian. Stygian melting again. Okay, interesting. Oh, man. How's everybody off stream doing? We have the same name of the day as yesterday because I'm too lazy to come up with one in the middle of a tournament day. I'm also eating veggies to keep my mind fresh. Somebody needs to post into the chat to start. You only subscribe to winners? So don't lose. Okay. Fair enough. I think they're still just getting stuff set up for the stream, which is why we're slightly delayed. And then I'll update the scores in the Discord with the current winners and so on afterward. Kind of tough to manage everything all in the time. I need like a mod, like a legit mod, if I want to do that. Are we ready? I assume Narninian will call it when it's time. It was funny because I actually have the Monster Train music soundtrack playing. It's not actually the Monster Train itself playing this. We'll just leave it on that. Sorry about the sound of me chomping. I'm eating peppers, and they are crunchy. I don't know if they're still working out bugs on the stream. I know there were some issues getting the graph to like show up properly, but hopefully they're able to address it. I haven't seen how many viewers there are. Let me jump into that really quick. Very curious. Also gonna remove this. Between the 3 streams, like 40 viewers right now, 42-ish viewers right now. It's not bad. I think it's only going to grow as it gets closer to the finals. Five minutes passed. Maybe I'll just check in really quick, just make sure everything's okay. I don't know. I probably shouldn't deafen or undeafen myself yet. I'm gonna wait. Come on. Oh, there's a hair in my beard. Made its way into my mouth. Gross. Ah, here we go. Viables typing. And do we start? Ah, Wally. Wally's not think we're good to go, though. Alright, we're good. Let's do it. Alright, so it's very similar. Melting, Stygian Guard. This time with opposites. So we have Auto Reform and we have Primitive Molds. This to me says Incant's going to be stronger. But let's see what units we get. We also start with Unnamed Tome, which is not particularly great against Seraph the Temperate, and Wicklashes and Offering Tokens. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling Incant. I'm going to start with the Artifact here. Oh, wow, that's a really good AoE. We don't have anything that starts with Burnout, but we can get it pretty easily with a Wicklash. Just put a Wicklash on a front unit and it dies. Yeah, we'll do that. And Nameless Siren. We can get a tank later. This is different. We don't have any sweeps. We have no Ember Drain. This would leave us with basically no tank. It's a little bit scary. A little bit scary. This would leave us with a tank. We'll take a tank. We don't need coins that much. We just got to finish the run. And we will take every trial. Alright. Alright, you have 40 HP. Kill it. Just kill it here. We're going to play you for collector purposes, and we want her to die. She will kill everything when she dies, and then we'll reform her. Pop. Dang it, we cannot get the collector. That's okay. And we bring her back. Just incant as much as possible here. And we should be good. Boom. 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 Done. Get wrecked. Alright. We do have offering tokens. So we take a Crypt Builder. Easy. Ooh, Molten Encasement. Yes, absolutely. We need another tank though. Okay, we're probably gonna yeet the Lady of the Reformed. And we're gonna go right path. We take Titan Sentry. We go with okay game, sure. Multi-strike. Love to see it. And yeah, we're already set. So we're gonna have a 2-floor setup. We're gonna do a Titan Sentry on 1 floor and the Incanters on a 2nd floor. And if the Titan Sentry dies, we reform him. For this very first run... Crap. That's awkward. Alright, you gotta get the kill here. We can blast you with one of these. And then... You're dying, that's exactly what we want. I'm gonna play 1, 2, 3. What I want is to put the Nameless Siren behind, but I don't think we're gonna get... We can keep Titan Sentry around a little bit longer, but I think we're fine on this floor. We're gonna kill the boss on the 2nd floor anyway. But man, it would have been sick if we'd killed on the top floor. Okay. And pretty easy kill here. Cool. 2nd floor kill. That's fine. Guardian Stone. What do we have for spells right now? We have so many. Yeah. We take Guardian Stone. We got to trim though. I don't love Entombed Explosive here. I think we want the Stealth or the Guardian Stone instead. I think we skip. And skip. Ooh, we're in 2nd. Sanguine Penguin pulls ahead. Right path. We really want either another multi-strike or Endless on the Titan Sentry. Oh no, on the Stealth. No, that's fine. That's fine. Endless on Titan Sentry is fine. We're good. Whoa, we do not heal, so let's just give everything more health. Although that does make it so that, what if we take blood for blood? I don't know that we need Petrified Heart. I'm gonna take blood for blood, with the idea that we might be able to save ourselves some pyre damage throughout the run. Alright. Let's keep it rolling. I'm gonna play you here. Bop. Play you up top. Okay. You're gonna come to the middle. Play you here. You on bottom. Can you live? Do you need to live? I think it's okay if she dies. If she dies, we bring her back and then use Whicklashes on her. Like so. Oh man, this is like really tough. Play you here. This is like all over the place right now. Okay, we need to bring her back again. We have to hit, we have to go you and hit. That's mandatory. We put you here. Or no. We just play. Honestly, you're fine. Do this into this. Okay. Are you dying to Frostbite? I believe you are. You have Endless. We can bring back Siren of the Sea. Give her Wicklash or... Yeah, we give her Wicklash. Oh my gosh. Luckily, we are going to get Titan Sentry back, so it's not the end of the world here. We can incant quite a bit. Let's play both of you here with him. And just incant again. Okay, we're going to get a middle floor kill. We will have enough damage. Yep. Just get blasted and we're good. What an insane run right now. We need to get a much cleaner setup. I don't really love Remnant Pact. I think we skip here. And skip here. And go for... I think it's capacity first and then draw. So the ideal setup would be Titan Sentry, one floor. Second floor is both Sirens, the Stone, and the Endless, or the actually, you know what? That's not right. We play the Sirens with the dude. We scrub everything else. We can keep this very, very simple. Yeah, we keep this very simple. We go left path. We can remove 2 Titan Stewards. They're still slightly worse. I think we get rid of the lady now. And we want to dupe an incant of some kind. Probably just an offering token. It's a really easy incant. I think this is okay. We should get enough damage. As long as we get a solid early incant unit. This is going to put 12. So put you up top. Hit you for 6, doesn't really matter. Okay, we got to play somebody on a higher floor. We can silence you. Ooh, man. You're going up here. Blood for blood is going to be huge. And we play this up here. Blood for blood means that as long as we're killing them in one hit, we will gain pyre health for killing both of them. These guys, we would lose pyre health. We have to kill them. So we play both, you guys, and blast you so that we kill the front unit. So we're going to get net positive here. Wait. They died to frostbite. What? You've got to be kidding me. That's insane. They actually died to frostbite. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to say. You're gonna get whicklashed. You can block both hits, but we actually need you in the back. Whicklash is still not going to be enough. You're only going to have 23 damage. So we're going to play you here, give you Whicklash, and now we're killing everything. Okay. Oh, the pyre damage is brutal. It's fine. It's fine. We'll make it work somehow. Play you here. Play you in front. Play this. Play this. Play this. I thought it was any time anything dies to the pyre, but in reality, it's literally only if the pyre kills the unit. Oh my gosh. The frostbite triggered first. That's bizarre. That shouldn't normally be how that works, but yeah, that's whatever. Play you up here. And I think we have enough stealth that we're going to kill the boss just fine. Oh, man. Wait, what? I thought we had the red X. How did we not kill? Okay, well, we're in third. We got to catch up. Crystalline Seeds is fine. And I think we're going to skip on Wicked Blaze. The problem is that we just have too many priority units. We need to get rid of units, but I also really want unit upgrades. I need to remove. I have to remove. They died to the frostbite. Okay, that makes sense. We gotta get rid of more train stewards. And there's no relic we would probably take here except for... Yeah, Memorial Fund, we're not gonna have enough units die. Crazy. Spikes is fine. Oh, dog. Okay. We're still going to play bottom floor. But we're going to accept that some things are going to die. That's life. Okay. Now we can play Titan Sentry. Bring back our buddy. Get in there. Hit you. Incant again. Okay. Bring our buddy back. That's the right buddy. 29 damage. Not quite enough yet. Oh, the Whicklash killed. That's why. That makes sense. I'm going to play the Train Steward up here to potentially try to kill this Clip Guardian, but I'm not 100% certain if that's going to work. Yeah, why not do this? Okay, so we just need a hit on you. Let's go like this and this and Whicklash you to keep you around longer. Okay. This is not great. We can bring back the Nameless Siren. I think we let it die again. We continue to give you Whicklash. And Make sure you're not going to kill the pyre. Okay. How are we doing? Not amazing right now. How about now? How about now? How about now? How about now? Still not amazing. We're gonna die to burnout is the problem. We gotta get a lot of units back. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do something like this. We might be dead. If we can't bring back a solid unit here. Yeah, we might have lost right now. The only thing we got going for us is the fact that oh my gosh. How much pyre health is he gonna do? He's gonna do 35 per hit. He's gonna hit us twice. We're dead. We lost. Holy crap. Out. Dead. Just got completely screwed. Oh. Well, that sucks. Oh. Got completely screwed. I should have waited. I greeted too much playing them on the bottom floor. If I had just been patient and played them on the second floor behind the Titan Sentry, I would have been fine. Because I could have actually grown them. I couldn't get enough burnout. Just got, yeah, completely wrecked here. Well, there you go, guys. Out of the tournament on round 1. Well, I guess it will mean that I can do commentary for the rest of the tournament. I don't know if anybody else. I think probably the only one. Yeah. I mean, that's always the case. I was really stressing about it, and then just got in my head. I think I'm gonna go jump back into it and see. Yep, I'm the only one that lost. Well, let's jump into the official stream. See if I can figure out how to share it. Let me turn off the music really quick. And I need to get window. Yes. And hold on a second. I'm going to just set this up properly really quick. And we will follow the official stream and just see how it's going. I need to crop. Let me just check to see.
Waves that you've managed to sweep out really well, you need to make sure that tomb is dying every turn if that's going to be a core part of your strategy.
And of course, there's the artifact that can give it as well.
Yeah, the votive key.
Just a second and we'll be up
It's
here.
going to be extremely powerful in this combo.
Oh, it's the votive key is the endless one. I forget the name of the artifact. The one that.
The burnout one.
Whoops.
Yeah, melting spout.
Yeah, that's it.
For the tomb units.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That provides not only the ability for
I was editing the wrong window here. Sorry, guys.
in case you do everything you need to do within this, but also for players who are on Entombed Explosive builds. Once you have that plus 30 health on your Entombed Explosive, it does a reasonable impression of Molten Encasement alongside an actual good tank to allow you to not.
Cool.
take
Can you guys see
damage
okay?
while,
Oh wait, no, I need to switch it over.
Throwing your tombs in the way.
You guys see okay?
Yeah, that's a good point. That I will say, Melting Spout is one of those artifacts I have undervalued a lot. I think I've had too many bad experiences with it. Like,
No,
See how everybody else took the
because
run here.
Having if I end up wanting burnout one on some of my other units,
I need to move
but
myself.
I then want to enlist them either by buying enlist in the shop or having it with votive key. You might end up in scenarios where that melting spout forces you to have burnout 2 on a unit, and then you can't get that unit to consistently die on brief respite waves or against waves
There
that
we
are
go.
swapped up pretty well.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between having your molten encasement or entombed explosive trigger every turn and having it trigger every other turn because you accidentally gave a burnout 2.
right.
Yeah, I think you don't get it if you already have burnout 1. It's more of a way to like ensure you get burnout. There's corner cases where you might want it anyway. But,
Yeah, I needed to slow down a lot. I was playing so fast, not even thinking
Yeah, I can
through
see
like
scenarios
what
where
I
you
needed to
want
do to get the win.
Bigger tombs, if you're not on stealth or clearing things out with entombed explosive, instead you're running something like remnant host, and you don't care about.
Yeah, a
harvest.
lot of safer
You might
builds
want to
here.
just build up that remnant host by letting it actually reform a few times to be absolutely massive, or just give it the ability to tank an extra hit from a boss.
I didn't even do my own strategy. The strategy was supposed to be Titan Sentry on one floor with all of my incanters on a second floor, and then just go standard incants. Like it's such a brain dead build, and I just didn't do it. I didn't do my own strategy.
The silenced.
Oh, yeah. That
Gosh, every time I switch windows, it cuts me off. I don't like that.
Wary not to do that, even when I should. Even when it's the right move, because I need to silence the rest of the row. I want to silence the collector.
But it was only the collector.
Oh no.
Wonder if I do something
going
like
a little
this.
too, fast and loose there. I guess players do need to be mildly
There we go.
concerned about
Now it's
the
working.
time, though everyone's playing at a very reasonable pace here.
I played at the fastest
Time is
pace.
gonna be an issue for players, so it might be time to just slow down and process your nerves if you're having any of those.
Yeah,
and
nerves.
just relax and play it more like a normal run for a second.
Right. Yeah, the nerves
actually
are
play
they're not to
Better
be-
on nerves.
Yeah, you actually, it's interesting. It's
Oh man.
I guess the term would be like clutch or whatnot, like
Focus.
how the nerves affect everybody differently.
I have a very interesting version of that. Back when I played professional Magic: The Gathering, I found that I was always better at playing when I was extremely tired. Like I got no sleep the night before, and I'm just playing on autopilot, and I'm very disinhibited. I was killing it in tournaments when I was just like in a car driving for 10 hours straight.
Just not thinking, guys. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna replay the run. I'll turn off the chat. I'll replay the run, and we'll do it properly, knowing a little bit now how we should have played
I
it.
don't know what's up with that.
So let's switch back into Monster Train.
Some like trigger in my head that doesn't quite work to tell me, like, hey dummy, you're tired.
And we'll try
You
to
should try and wake yourself up a bit.
we'll try to run through the run quickly.
It's
Let's see if we can't play through the entire run in the time left. We played exactly the same, literally just played the floor differently. So we'll play Nameless Siren, we'll take Lady of the Reformed, we'll take Burnout, and we'll go. Do this. We're going to play fast, we're going to play mean, we're going to do it. Alright, here we go. And we're literally just going to play that one floor differently. Everything else is going to be exactly the same. The unofficial restart. Cool. Red X, we get the kill. Okay. I'll turn music back on. Alright, let's get Crypt Builder. We skipped here. Oh, we took Molten Encasement. That's a difference. We'll take Siren of the Sea. And we're going to keep playing as we did. Skip. Oh, actually, I took a Titan Sentry there. I'm diverging a lot here. Whoops. Diverging way more than I was intending to. If we get a Titan Sentry, we'll take it, though. Okay, so play you here. And play you here. And we just try to scale up a little bit. Okay. Silence, hit this. And we can play you here. Okay. Boom. 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 Okay. Spells. Spell. Spell. Okay. And spell. Oh, we're good. We got the red X. We should finish it. Guardian Stone and skip. And skip. No, I just feel bad because it's a run that I could win. Like it's an absolutely winnable run, and I just completely screwed it up by not thinking. But I mean, you're right. Like I don't need to get upset about it, but I am a little bit upset because I know I can do better. I just wasn't thinking. Now we'll take Petrified Heart. Play second floor, not to take the risk here. Play you, and smack a fool. Okay. We just go all damage. We do need to kill the top unit, so we will play one of those. Play this, play this, play this. Play you up top. Okay. Play this. Play this. Play this. Play this. And since you're going to die anyway, make sure you do some AoE. And I mean, we can play that. I think we just triple spell here. Alright, we're good. We skip. We skip. We take draw. Go left path. Remove 2 cards. Yeah, we just remove Titans or Train Stewards. And we dupe probably Offering. And we keep it going. See if we can finish the run. Oh, I meant to turn that on. Gosh dang it. Misclicked. Go you. Blast you. And play you here. Okay. Play you. Go 1. 2. And might as well play this here. Play this. And then everything is going rather well. We do need a lot of damage right here. Now we have enough, and we're good. Kill the whole floor. We will be able to do that again. And hit again. Cool. Get hit. Going to get 2 garbage, and then we'll just finish out the rest. And we got the red X. We should have just pushed the button after we got rid of the 2 things. Crystalline Seeds and skip. We'll go right path. Remove 2 more Train Stewards, and then I think we might take a relic here if we have a good one. Let's reroll. Founding Seal. Okay, well suddenly we have no issues. Can you survive? You can. So we do it like this. Okay, now we need a tank. You are a tank. We can play this as well. Play this. Play this. And play this. Okay. I don't know how we're going to kill that guy yet. Something we'll figure out later. We will do this, though. Try to get as much damage on you as possible. This is a problem, actually. A problem that we can't actually kill everything. Okay, we can do this. It helps a bit. Can play this. You would kill some of them. And then we go 1, 2 to kill you. Okay, I don't know how we're going to kill the top floor. Probably it was just that we're not going to kill the top floor. Interestingly, this actually keeps Nameless Tyrant alive a lot longer. The problem is that Lady of the Reformed cannot get tanky enough. So that was probably a huge mistake. Play this. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna take a lot of fire damage as well. Now we only have to hit like a couple of times here if we can get enough rage. Okay, we're in the same situation as before. Just didn't get enough health on units and then things died. Okay, we can bring back something. Siren of the Sea. Actually killing the boss. Hilarious. Take money here. Skip. And engulfed in smoke. We'll go left path. Remove Lady of the Reformed. And honestly, primitive molds. I don't really want them. I do want a holdover on a Wicklash. -1 on this. +10 on Crypt Builder. And we're going to run with that. Actually, Permafrost on Crypt Builder. This is going to be tough. We're going to get a lot of garbage. And I don't know if we're going to have damage to get through the first statue. Okay, hold on. We might actually be able to get enough damage here. If we play this, we get through the statue, but we don't kill anything else. Okay, silence. Kinda wish we had gotten something different there, but it's fine. We're gonna take some pyre damage. This will kill everything. Fantastic. I could have played this on the top to prevent damage, but I think it's just cleaner. We do it like this. And then we can go like this. We can stealth. We can Wicklat, or just do all that. I don't know how we're going to kill the backliner. Answer is we are not going to kill the backliner. We're gonna take some more pyre damage. Not taking that Titan Sentry killed us as well. The whole purpose of this was to take the Titan Sentry, and we didn't do it. We can do this, though. Allows us to do this, allows us to do this. And then we can at least Frozen Lance these guys. Frozen Lance. Get rid of this. Play this. And we're good. Nope. Draw. Okay. We have 2 minutes to complete 2 rings. We're probably not going to do it, but we're certainly going to try. Get rid of more primitive molds. And what do we need? Another multi-strike could be good. Large stone doesn't really work. Let's give you early damage. Give you extra stats. Reroll for... Okay. There's the multi-strike, but it's fine. Let's get into it. Spell damage is a little bit scary, but it's fine. Okay, so we need all the time. And we need to silence and do this. Okay. Play that. Stealth. Smack. Play. I think we have enough damage now to get through the units. Okay, now we're killing everything. That's good. Oh, hello. That works. We just got to get to the point where we're killing multiple units each time. Okay, play this. 1. Oh my gosh. Do we greed? I think we have to prevent pyre damage. And then we go 1, 2, engulfed in smoke. She is coming back. Play her up here to do a big hit. Do this to get this guy out of the way. Get this out. Wicklash. And then incant like this. And who knows, maybe the Siren actually gets the kill on second floor. Anyway. Oh wait, we can do this. And then Wicklasher. Which is hilarious. Cool! We still got some time. We still got some time. We are gonna skip. And we are gonna skip. We'll go removal and spell upgrades. We're gonna remove the other 2 primitive molds with the goal that we don't need them, and we need holdover on Wicklashes. That's the holdover on the free Wicklash allows us to Wicklash the Siren, which is very, very important for scaling. Plus 10 does not matter. We go into the final fight just like this. Ho dog. Okay, so I can play bottom floor, but I would potentially lose a lot of value, but we're gonna try it. Okay. Can the Siren survive? She cannot. We actually have to wait and play it like this. We kill one. These two should be easy to kill. That's the nice thing. Unnamed Tome. Smack, smack, Wicklash. Alright, there's our buddy. Boom. Boom. Just debating whether we play the Siren here. I think we do. Siren does live. And we are going to hope... Okay, we're killing everything. This top floor, we're probably just going to have to accept that it's... How much value can we get right now? Oh my gosh. I think we killed 2 of them and engulfed in smoke. Okay. Engulfed. Play you. Smack, smack. We go this. Okay, final wave's coming up. And we don't care about any of this stuff. We're just going to get the kill. Would have been 36,865. I don't know what that would have been in terms of ranking. Let's look. 36,865 would have been a 5th place. So I would have been eliminated anyway. Okay. So be it. So be it. Is anyone still playing? I don't think so. I think everybody's done.
Brackets, if you don't mind.
We could post who's in the brackets, yeah.
So first off, the fact that we ran into the same combo twice, though, with different starter cards making a big difference, you could see that players had a lot more punch
switch
there
up.
with incant triggers, not having those dregs in the deck. Oh, gonna switch to... I think we need to switch to the other channel already, or did we want to go and do that?
Let's see. Yeah, we can go ahead and do that. Let me...
There is a little bit of time between, which is good because I need to also update all the info on the tournament. And then, yeah, there's like a 15-minute break or something like that before the next one starts.
All right. That's cool. Actually, do we want to... If we want to, Gabriot, while we're setting up, we could go ahead and shift over to semifinal A, just so we're in the chat and prepared for later. But I can bring on Sanguine, or I can see if Sanguine's available to with me while you set things up.
Yeah, I like going to semi-final Group A. That way we'll...
I already jumped over. We'll switch over. We're going to do more commentary for the rest of the time. All right, what are we doing here? Tournament view. Nope. Wrong tournament view. Tournament view. There we go. All right, I'm going to do some Discord update stuff. Hello.
Hello. All right.
Today.
While we're getting everything set up here, do a quick interview, kind of talk about the tournament. We have Sanguine Penguin here, arguably the guy who seemed to prepare the most for this tournament. Got a lot of sweat and blood put into this one.
Yeah,
Well, I guess
would say that.
Holy shit, I actually made it.
So, Penguin, I'm curious. First off, kind of your thoughts on the format. If there are any takes or things that you picked up from all of your practice, certainly something a little different to not interact with your champions, and some different card prioritizations given the double triggers.
Right.
What are some things that you've picked up on this format, the way it plays out, the way you need to pace your deck, and also how your power curves kind of escalate? Just any thoughts that you have on the way the format tends to play out relative to a normal Monster Train run?
I mean, I think it's generally speaking a very unique format, right? Like you said, there's no champion, so you don't have that that net, right? That saves you if you don't get something early on that's good. So what I found in this, and I'm gonna just, I guess, talk general strategy because we could talk a lot in depth here, but the thing I found most is that you need to find a strategy early on and just commit to it. Whether it's great or semi-okay, you just need to be on it. And it's very hard to be really flexible in this, because if you're looking for something specific as far as units go and you don't find it, then you've committed like 4 floors of looking for something and you just have nothing, and then you end up losing. So with that, the units that tend to be really good are those in the combinations we just did, right? Stygian and Melting Remnant, because there's so many monsters or units in there that are carry potential. Whereas in like things like Hellhorned, it's a little bit harder to commit to a unit early on that can actually carry you.
So I'm actually curious, when you say strategy, there's obviously a lot of different kind of macro strategies that we encounter in Monster Train runs, and you really have to lean hard into those in Covenant 25 in general. What kind of strategies are we playing towards? I've seen a lot of players brush up against combo decks, but then choosing to forego them. I've seen a lot of players focus a little bit more on setting up a strategy for what's your kill floor and what's your sweeping floor. And some players kind of just ignore that and go for individual card power level. What are the kinds of strategies that we're worrying about? Is it more setting up a floor? Is it synergy within the deck? Or is it something a little more combo-y to try and generate high point values?
I mean, that's all. It always depends, right, on the run. When you get into it, you might find what you need immediately, right? And then you can just commit to that wholeheartedly. Like the first run, I think that they guys played where they got, the Harvest Baron, right? He was just able to carry you. You get double multi-strike on that guy, and you got your victory condition. So, I mean, really, what I've seen the most success in for me, because I see a lot of other players do different things. I like to get like 2, maybe 3 units in my deck at most and figure it out from there. There's other players out there that are drafting like 5, 6 units, or priority units, I should say. And I don't understand that strategy, so I can't really speak to that. What's your main question here? You asked me a lot of things. I want to make sure I stay on the topic.
Yeah, so when we talk strategy, we can be talking about building a plan for how your floor is set up and what your actual kill conditions are, or building something into your deck that allows you to establish kill conditions, or play for lower floor boss kills or even flying kills. What kind of strategies tend to populate more? Is it just kind of the bread and butter gameplay of what's your floor, how do you kill, and what floor you kill on? Or is it trying to build something up that's a little more, combo-y and pop off?
Stygian combo. Just go combo all the way. Is pretty easy. Melting Remnant, you just have to look for the explosive tombs, and you just need to get whatever your quote-unquote carry unit is, right? So those are the ones we just did. Everybody else kind of is all over the place. I think focusing a lot on imps in Hellhorned is really good, a little overpowered, and the green boys, hollows, are pretty solid just because of their doubling cants, right? So that's like my general overview. Oh, and what are they called? And somebody's outside my window, so hopefully you can't hear them too much. What are they called? The little eat boys morsels. They're obviously really good too. So it really just depends. I don't know. It's just all dependent on what you need for the run, right? Like if we took the candle at the beginning, right? Or I took the candle at the beginning. So all my backline was cleared, right? So then it just kind of came down to fixing up that combo and getting it there. So yeah, kind of a hard question to ask, or not ask, but answer. Sorry.
Of preparing for the tournament, for someone who might be looking to compete in this tournament, I know we have a lot of people here who jumped in, were very pleasantly surprised to find out that there was some competitive Monster Train. In terms of preparing, what was kind of your methodology? Obviously, this is a more unique format. So how do you tackle having to prepare to deal with random in a format that's not commonly played, when you're dealing with all these mutators, is it better to just go in a grid style pattern and practice every combo a little bit? Is it better to just play on random, and pick up whatever notes you can? What's your strategy there?
So luckily I stream, right? So I kind of have this inbuilt time devoted to practicing. If you want to look at it that way, right? So from Sunday to Thursday, I have 4 hours where I'm just grinding it out. So I think 2 weeks went by, and yeah, I would just play as I normally would, random. Sometimes you would get like 6 instances of Melting Remnant, and you would just be playing Melting Remnant all night long, right? So I think the random strategy is really good. If there's anything that I wasn't too sure on, I did a little bit of practice with them specifically to say how does X, Y, and Z work. But if I, for the 20 hours I play a week, you kind of do see everything. The big thing that helped me out was I wasn't even streaming during this time, but I was just hopping around the Monster Train streams, and I saw that Sleepy Bear Jake was doing some plays with a lot of people. And you can set up your own modifiers and invite people to it, kind of like we're doing now. And we played maybe 8-9 runs or something like that, and being able to see what other people were doing in comparison to what I was doing really helped me establish a lot of different ways about thinking about decks. So I think that night in particular changed how I played the next week to prepare for this. So the other thing is, I just really thank you for the follow there. I'll say your name in a second. Just the thing you need to find out too is what works, what doesn't. I'm a very greedy player. I make a lot of dumb mistakes. I'll take the plink. I'll say, hey, hopefully this plink works, and if it doesn't, I lose the run, and then I just start up another one, right? But playing with that greedy play style, you really learn where you can stretch and flex your muscles, and where you're going to be too constrained. So, yeah.
If you were going to recommend for someone who's trying to practice for one of these, preparing to actually participate, who doesn't have, the insane amount of time or doesn't already make content like you do you think you would still stick to just throw the mutators on, play random, and be really focused on what you can learn? Or do you think switching to something a little more deliberate in how you pick combos and play each of them would be better if you were a little more strained for time?
If you're a little bit more strained for time, what I would say, and what I did a while ago to get better at the game is, sit down, say, I want to play Hellhorn today. I'm going to play 5 rounds of Hellhorn, and I'm going to really think about what decisions I'm making, try different things, don't just always see, Alpha Fiend and say, I'm going multi-strike Alpha Fiend. Don't do that all the time, because then you're doing the same strategy. So set aside a little bit of time, 5 rounds, play quick. Don't sit there to just think everything out. Just play quick. And if you die, you give yourself a couple restarts. Don't go crazy with the restarts. And then just, if you die, whip up another run. So to review that, because that was a lot, I guess, is set aside a little bit of time, choose the people you want to play as. Don't do the same thing over. And the last one is, reset when needed, but don't always reset, because sometimes you just have a bad deck. And that's what you need to take away is I made bad decisions, so I'm just going to get another run going and make better ones.
All right, Gabriot, I think we're about ready, aren't we? If not,
let me just adjust the screen really quick, and then we'll be ready to go here. So I'm just going to fix these borders really quick.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you switch back over to your stream. Right. Being muted, Sanguine. We appreciate the time, man. And I'm sure everyone appreciated getting a little more info and insight into how to prep for these. We got a lot of people excited to participate next time.
Awesome. Cool. Well, good luck out there, guys. And thanks, as always, for hosting them. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Have a great one.
All right. See you guys.
Okay, we got
like
everything set up. We're just missing Carius' screen.
Okay.
Yeah, Carius.
I don't think he's.
Oh no, he's not in this group. Who's in this group? It's Peanut Jack is who we're missing.
Yeah, he's in the other channel.
He's in participant lounge.
Peanut Jack, we are requesting your presence in Group A. If you wouldn't mind switching over and starting to share your screen.
Big specifics for everyone, but the things that people are just about to encounter as they're looking at the run. So this one we do finally have a change. We have another clan showing up. It is going to be base Hellhorn and Exiled Remnant. So still dealing with those Remnant cards, which again can strain people for time. I'm curious to see how people choose to pace. I think Hellhorn will provide a little bit of help there. Hellhorn's a lot more about putting things on the board and just kind of hitting in turn a lot. It'll alleviate a bit of your problem. Also, things to think about as we're going into this one are some of the inherent synergies that are built in. A lot of the clan combos have synergies that are pre-designed into them, things that are made to work between both of them. And the big one that you're going to see between Melting Remnant and Hellhorn are going to be imps. So will players encounter imps? Will there be an imps to build? I'm curious to see how it plays out, especially with Primitive Mold as the starter card. I think there's some pretty insane things you can do. Imps can be a very tough one to play in this time frame, though. You're losing a lot of your Hellhorn value when playing against the time limit just by having to deal with all the game actions that go into playing imps, choosing where to play them, choosing which ones to play, and the sequencing in which you apply your triggers can be really, really tricky.
I'm going to go
see
ahead.
A lot of things like. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm going to go ahead and tell the players we are just a little bit behind, but not too bad, that they can start in 2 minutes. And we'll have them start right at the 50-minute mark.
So, Gabriot, are those going to be the assigned colors for each player? We got Enigma on red. Is that where we're at here?
Let's see.
So we still have Never Nathaniel on the screen.
And then
the one we're missing is Rising Dusk.
Right. Let me just got to readjust this red, and then I'll fix that in a second here.
Let me shift these around because expected the order to be alphabetical, but I want to try and get the graph to actually be exact this time.
Sure.
The nice high tech going for everyone here. Yeah, Jack will be our yellow player for this round. Enigma will be our red player for this round.
Or I think green.
Enigma might be green.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I had that wrong. Sorry. And then red will be Dusk.
Dusk is our red player, which leaves Narninian as our blue player.
Yep, that sounds correct.
So we'll update.
Oh, and I'm gonna redo the counter here. So
I'll start doing commentary while you guys get finance set up. So we have, as mentioned, you start with Wicklashes. You start with potentially Queen's Tail, but no imps in your opening hand could be a little challenging. And honestly, one of the problems is that apart from imps, most of the active triggers on Hellhorn are not great. On the other hand, you also have a big sludge option.
I think what that'll we do have the players going here. I think what that'll end up really displaying here is how highly these units are prioritized relative to their normal prioritization given the double triggers. You'll see that Hellhorn is a little more hit or miss for which units have triggers, or especially relevant triggers. So I think that delta between units which would normally have really big power discrepancies going one way and shifting to the other way, it might be more relevant than we've seen before when dealing with combos where everything has a trigger. Something like an Alpha Fiend might really spike up in value.
We see a lot of players already trying to decide between this Legion of Wax or the Big Sludge. Both are incredibly strong units, but are also both very risky units. One, they're 2-cost, and it's always risky taking a 2-cost unit. It does slow down your opening draws, especially if you have multiple priority units. And I don't know. I don't know what I would pick.
Yeah, I will say I went with the Sludge when I ran through this one, and it allowed a flying kill. That's all I'll say.
Oh, okay. I think it would be very speculative without starting with a Tomb or with Imps to take a big Sludge this early.
I think my leaning might actually be towards Legion of Wax, just for the consideration of how these two interact with Seraph the Patient. If you don't already have a plan for Seraph the Patient, which in Melting Remnant is usually going to be chump blocking, Legion of Wax is actually just a way to burn through them if you're going to reform it a few times. You really don't care if your units are dying or getting melee weakness if your goal is for them to, die and still make things and then hit. Right. I think Legion of Wax is this nice combo of giving you your damage output and your kill floor while also blocking for itself, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I would definitely go Legion here. I just like it with the double triggers, because you get twice as many of the little ones.
We'll have to watch out though against sweepers and spikes. If you generate too many unit deaths on your legions in one turn, so like too many motes dying at one time, you might actually overstack the floor and lose some value there.
I think as well, this is one where it's almost mandatory to get burnout as an enhancement, because otherwise you have the risk that your legion just doesn't die, which is a problem.
The Remnant banner, it's the same choice.
Oh my gosh.
You can have both.
I mean, it's actually really good if you can get your guys on the same floor, which is very speculative. But again, I think the big problem is going to be, how do you make sure that Legion is dying? And to me, it almost necessitates that you have an opening burnout stone, just to guarantee you can reform him, because vanilla, he's not going to do a lot.
And there's a lot of runs where you don't want to burn out Legion. You just want to put as many relevant stats on him as you can and actually guard for him and let him be your boss killer just in one shot. You chump block for the Legion as opposed to just throwing him away and trying to make him bigger. I don't think this is going to be one of those runs, especially when fighting against Seraph the Patient. And once you've already committed to a plan of playing a burnout Legion and trying to play it, the turn the boss comes into the train, at that point you want that burnout built into Legion so you can guarantee get it going on turn one. That also means that you get to fill up your first and second floor really, really fast if you want to set up your kind of leak blocking floor on the top.
So Branded Warrior is actually incredibly strong in this setup if you can get reliable kills. 10 rage per kill is huge. The trick is, how do you guarantee the kills? And there's some ways to do that. But it doesn't look like anyone took him so far. But I would actually opt for it if you could. Even like on a setup with reform, have it die and come back. It's not terrible.
Am I seeing a molten encasement on our Ninian screen? Oh, on all of the screens? Oh my gosh. So molten encasement is kind of the one massive incentive for the big sludge over the Legion Wax, and a lot of players are going to seemingly opt for a mixture of both. But it's tough to see how a molten encasement big sludge floor loses in this format. I think at the very least that secures your ability to survive the run. Also, molten encasement, generally a powerful tool, but especially powerful against Seraph the Patient.
Ring 3, exploding candle.
Yeah, you get a burnout endless molten encasement, and basically your run is locked in with a big sludge.
No, the burnout Legion of Wax with the candle.
Okay, also very, very good. Both. So I think what will this run come down to? I think it will come down to burst. How do you get enough damage to kill frontline units? It's tough. If you have a big sludge, you can get some, but he doesn't scale so rapidly. We can see this now with Rising Dusk at the top. He's able to kill the first unit, but what do you do about the back line? And then after that, Relentless, I don't think is going to be a problem. Most of, whether you take big Legion of Wax or whether you take big sludge, you're going to have scaling. That's not the issue. It's really going to be, can you kill the early units?
Yeah, and I think as long as you can pick up ways to actually deal with waves as they come up, I would actually like to see a lot of these floors reoriented in the way that Narninian is doing right now. So playing your big sludge on bottom, and then for players who are playing Legion of Wax, playing that on a higher floor, you do lose a lot of value on Legion of Wax playing it on top floor specifically, but using it as a way to clean things up with that exploding candle and getting the bottom floor kills with the big sledge seems like a better idea to me, because when you have double triggers, you're going to have a bit of a problem trying to get those Legion of Wax copy units out of that bottom floor to leave yourself space to actually play it on the Relentless turn. I don't think you can rely on Legion of Wax to clear its floors out at the exact perfect time for the Relentless fight.
One also thing to consider is that how Legion of Wax dies matters. If he burns out, you don't get the hits on the spawns, but if he actually gets hit and dies, then you get the hits, which can be really valuable on top floors, because units that are generated from extinguished triggers or from other triggers don't take the days. So you could use it as a cleanup, but only in the case that you can guarantee Legion dies 2 strikes, not 2 burnout. Right. Really interesting, kind of complicated setup there.
Now have Bounty Stalker on Narninian as well.
Did he take it?
Yeah. I think he's taking too many units.
Yeah,
so
he's going to start getting rid of units, yeah.
Yeah, he got rid of one of them now.
I think the setup I would like to see with that overall would be try to set a Legion of Wax on cleanup, multi-strike as many times as you can on your Bounty Stalker and Big Sledge, and then a single capacity upgrade gives you Big Sledge, Bounty Stalker plus Molten Encasement, which is an absolute monster of a floor. You might have to be careful attempted with this combo to actually go double Light of Seraph. It's tough because now we've seen how much space is going to be really, really important. But if you want to guarantee those bottom floor kills, being able to have 6 capacity to play those 3 units on bottom floor, even if you get capacity reduced, seems like an easy kill to me. And then if you don't get capacity reduced, I actually also like dupe on the Molten Encasement. One, it lets you see it faster in the cycle if you're worried about defense, because you want to just be leaning into harder offensive units. But 2, the dupe on it allows you to play double Molten Encasement on bottom floor if you don't get capacity reduced there, if you went double Light of Seraph.
So we're seeing right now exactly my concern that I mentioned before. Narninian just taking a buttload of damage on the Pyre. Leaking. Yeah, leaks are really bad right now.
Yeah, he's taking a pummeling.
Yes.
Gotta stop the bleeding.
I think also Peanut Jack struggled.
Looks like Narninian removed the Legion of Wax.
Well, he didn't have the Legion. He removed the Horned Warrior is what he got rid of. But
I know.
It wasn't really doing much for him.
Actually, the only player to not take a Legion either the first or second time, I think.
Yeah.
Oh. I must have been watching Peanut Jack.
So now with Resonant Shard, scaling becomes a little bit less of an issue. I mean, obviously, like the ultimate would have been to get something like a Deranged Brute or something like that. But I think what you're holding on. I mean, what are you hoping for? You're hoping for Multi-Strike, which has not shown up in any shop yet. You're hoping for I don't know what. How do you get enough burst to kill? I mean, Patience okay, but I'm really worried about Ring 7, honestly. That's my big concern. Yeah. How do you get enough damage to kill Ring 7, 150 to 190, depending on trials, health units? And I don't see it with any of the builds so far.
Look at Narninian's screen right now, and you'll see the big thing.
Very fair, very fair.
Or the small thing.
Yeah, small thing technically.
Worth noting the score systems we have on the scoreboard that is now actually working properly. So they are set up in a relative way to par scores that we've established. When you see players spike down, even if their net score is actually higher than another player, if they're on a much later ring, the point that you see on that graph actually lets you know kind of how that ring went for them. So if you see a player spike down, expect that the players who do better than them on that ring to actually still be above them once they catch up.
Right, yeah, that's a good point.
Enigma is struggling with the leaks as well here.
Narninian could die. That leak is doing 8 damage. It's got 95 health.
Yeah, he's out.
He's out.
Ouch.
Wow. I'm going to call myself an upset. That's our second major upset of the tournament so far.
It happens, man. It happens. We saw it with Sal last time too.
Yeah,
It can happen
yeah.
to anybody.
Wow.
Arnenian had an absolute monster of a speed run in round 1. So to see him go out here makes you wonder if slowing down might have been the method, because we all know Arnenian's an insanely good player.
Right.
But really, really tough to figure out your pacing.
I mean, take a look at top right with Enigma right now, and this is the kind of scaling that Narninian needed. He's got Legions of Wax that have base damage 74, and he's got 6 of them. Like, that's the kind of damage you need early in order to deal with these kind of units. And and this was kind of my concern. I'm really skeptical of pure big sludge builds that don't have an engine, a consistent engine early game.
Yeah.
I actually really like this crushing demise here that Enigma's seeing in this draft. I think it helps you fix a lot of your leak problems, regardless of what it hits. Even if you're having to throw it on a lower floor, you'll be able to pick up something, and picking up something means that your chunkier damage out of something like a big sludge kills whatever remains. It's also kind of nice to actually be able to play that on top floor to deal with leaks, because you don't really want the big sludge up there for the sake of your kills, and you don't really want your Legion of Wax up there for the sake of getting around the days. So having a holdover crushing demise potentially long term to play on that top floor and pick up whatever backliners or chunky frontliners manage to pass through could be really good, especially with the exploding candle.
Yeah, I suppose even with Legion, if you're playing the Crushing Demise, you would actually get around the Dazed, if that was something you wanted to do.
What I
just
really
don't know if
like,
you want to commit that.
I really like his I'm looking at Peanut Jacks here. He's got this combo with 2 endless welder helpers, and then the Queen's the Queen's tail, where he's constantly torching those imps, which is generating the rage, drawing it itself, getting him even more armor. That's the kind of engine I think you need to make a big sledge build work. Something that's very consistent, and might be able to get him through that ring 5. But even then, I would probably recommend he does not take the trial, because he's relying heavily on vents, and then if he cannot vent, he'll probably still just die. But it would be interesting to see how it goes.
Now, interestingly enough, Peanut Jack skipping on the potential to build a combo deck, but Enigma maybe splashing into one with a Pyre Chomper draft. I'd be interested to see some kind of reform Pyre Chomper into a big Spike deck. Now, we don't have the updated version of Wax and Spike yet, so the card is still a little soft. After the DLC, it's going to become Burnout 4 guaranteed, whereas currently the Burnout 1 can be a little tricky with something like Big Sludge. But if you get something like a Spike of the Hellhorned or Gift of Gratitude, you can do some insane things with having a Pyre Chomper every turn.
Yeah, just a casual 8 energy from that 1 cost imp.
Yeah. We haven't seen a lot of combo decks here in general this tournament. Somewhat surprising.
I mean, a lot of the engines for at least the bigger combo decks we haven't seen, right? We haven't seen any of the Awoken stuff, which is huge for comboing. Umbra stuff, which is huge for comboing. And then if you do Stygian, you really need to get the Offering Totem, which was never offered. So I think that's probably why we're not seeing it so much. But yeah, you're right. The first instance here with Pyre Chomper, the question is, what is your draw engine? And I don't. You can get 2 draw. You can get 1 out of the tail. You can get 1 out of. I can't think of the name of it. The play 3 cards to get a draw. But for yeah, exactly. But for like permanent draw, I don't really know what's going to be the source of that, unless you get it out of a cavern.
So if I'm not mistaken, every other player is just now on the ring that Narnanian fell to. Is that correct?
Yes, they're on ring 5.
Can anyone give me Narnanian's final score just so I can update the table for everyone?
It was. I can't remember it exactly. It's 11. Hold on a second.
It will be interesting to see if players have some funky fights here. Narnanian could still be in this.
Right.
See how this plays out.
Probably the toughest ring. At least up until this point, for
just
sure.
had a big leak.
Yeah.
Enigma actually with a great fight there. No big leaks and a low floor kill.
It's 11,409.
11,409. Thank you, Nate.
No problem.
So we've got that updated. Now Enigma jumping up to almost 16k. Gives him a nice lead, actually.
Yeah. Apart from those early leaks, Peanut Jack's also. I mean, his build is incredibly solid. He's got 450 health or 450 damage and just an insane amount of armor. It's really going to be, can he pick up those early kills? So let's see, Enigma. They're very close. They're within 500.
Inferno here.
Now Enigma actually made a very insane play that was passed over by all of us. So he ran into the Concealed Cavern event that lets you give up a card and get an upgraded version later, and chose to put his Legion of Wax in it, understanding that he could probably get a kill with Big Sludge early. And some of those upgrades could be absolutely insane on Legion of Wax. I didn't get to see what upgrade he ended up with on it.
It has... I didn't see either.
No, me neither, but I saw that he got
It's
it.
a very nice investment.
He did get it back on the first. He didn't go for the super upgrade.
Yeah, if you could imagine the plus 60 damage on Extinguish, or the 60 damage Extinguish mode,
Oh yeah.
turn every single Legion of Wax and
that
Moat
one-
and Candle into a Doom.
And that one also gives you quick.
Yes. Oh, yes. Also quick on Legion of Wax.
Which I've always found particularly awkward, because why do you want your quick unit to also explode? I don't know. It's very strange. But anyway.
Kill
Yeah,
and be killed.
I see a lot of units. Oh, very interesting. So Heaven's Gift on. So did everybody take it? I don't know if everybody got it. Did everyone take the Heaven's Gift Cavern event, or was it just Enigma?
I think it was the Ring 3 Cavern, right?
Yeah.
So I think everybody had it.
I saw Peanut Jack on it as well. But yeah, I think it was a forced event.
Right. The one shared cavern.
Peanut Jack chose to let the event float. So I'm not sure what his upgrade was. What card he chose to leave in.
We will see after this fight.
And I really want to see what Enigma's random Legion of Wax upgrade was from that event. If anyone can figure out what that is, anyone who's on a...
Is that his Legion up there, or is that a duplicated one?
I think that's the second one he took. He took Legion... Oh. How would he have gotten all three? I don't know. He might have duped it.
Yeah, I think he duped. He didn't get the candle, so I assume he went the other path and duped it.
These Weight of Contritions can be a bit annoying here.
Yeah. But I mean, I understand why you play on the higher floors, though, too, because how are you going to kill those 105 health units if you don't have it? Luckily, he is able to play some zero-cost zero-cost cards, and he gets the Imp out.
I was thinking also Enigma might have went for a higher floor and wasn't too worried about the Weights of Contrition, because he is playing kind of a big mana deck with that Pyre Chomper and the plans to reform it. But he has not seen Pyre Chomper early in his first cycle. And now those Weights of Contrition are actually slowing him down to be able to see that Pyre Chomper for the first time. Once he gets it for the first time, he's not really worried about Scourges anymore. But up to that point, it's a bit of a problem for him.
Yeah.
And he is not able to kill either one. He could drip fall one to prevent a little bit less garbage getting in the deck, but he can't block all of it. Yeah.
Peanut's Jack is very solid with a bottom floor here.
I was just checking time. I was like, no restarts, my friend. No, he's just checking time.
Got about 19 minutes here.
I really like his strategy. I think the torching your imps to consistently get rage and armor, it works.
It's one of the many things I love about Torch.
The self-torch, man. I'm all about the self-torch.
Yeah, it's honestly better. I find it probably more useful for hitting your own units than enemies.
It would have actually been very interesting if someone had gotten the path that gives your units +1 on Revenge as their event upgrade, and then started torching their own Legion of Wax with that upgrade or something like that.
Yeah, that should be a flying kill right there if that.
And I'm
found
pretty
that one.
sure Heaven's Aids are affected by the mutator. I'm not positive, but I think it should be.
I know at least the extinguish one would be. The revenge one would be as well. Endless, I guess, doesn't really. But
You can't be double endless.
right. I wish it could be. That would be pretty cool.
Kill one, get two free. Yeah.
I've never had this happen, but what happens if you get endless upgrade on a unit and give it to the winged? Does that exclude the one that gives you endless, or
I don't believe
no.
so.
So
you get half
from
of
my
the
experience,
bonus?
you can still encounter the exact same path in that event, and you just don't get anything from what would have normally been endless. There are some events that actually interact differently, though. So there's a version of that where it's on the spell side where a spell becomes 0 cost. I don't think you can actually get that path if the spell that you had given was already 0 cost. I think that's the one big exception.
There's 2 paths that give you 0 cost, so if that's the case, then
You get the worst of the 3.
yeah, you get the dog version.
Yes.
Now, worth noting, this is actually the single toughest form of Arcus that they could have possibly encountered. The 3 forms of Arcus are just each combination of the 2 different shards that he might summon. With Blinding Dark Shard, or is that Shattering Dark Shard? Basically, there's one that interacts with spells, being the least impactful against a deck like this, against your Legion of Wax deck. But these players ran into the shard
Contrition.
that gives your units days when you rally, and then Hellborn Harvest, which gives you weights of contrition every time something dies. Those 2 forms both rough for this deck to deal with, and one of those is going to be spawned on a floor every turn, especially when you're dealing with a Legion of Wax and not being able to affect how it dies because you plopped down on a floor and left it there. Those Hellborn Harvests could end up being insane.
Oh,
Yeah.
Peanut Jack is in a lot of trouble. He cannot protect this big sludge from dying.
Is
Yeah,
that Armor Trial I'm seeing too?
Yeah,
Oh.
that's an ouchie.
that's a big ouch. The one thing going for him, he has a second one, so he does have a little bit of a safety net here. But
Does he bring it down with Dripfall and just trigger a harvest? Probably not, right?
I really don't know.
I wouldn't.
Here, he absolutely needs his imps. He did not get his imps. He does have a trap shoot, so he can survive. But
there we go.
Remnant Host coming in very clutch. And the other problem is now is no longer a problem. I was going to say he's going to have a problem killing the Guild-Wing in the back, but no, he doesn't. It's fine.
Yeah, so
Because you get 4 drafts from the Remnant Host, and it's all harvest triggers.
Yes, exactly.
I think this is going to be.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I think this is going to be something that Rising Dust needs to watch out for as he's approaching this fight. That preview screen will include those Wilt Wings, which was causing a big problem for Peanut Jack there. He should know that those are coming, but when you're trying to play at a pretty good pace, do you miss the units that were in the preview, those specific types of units you're fighting? If you don't see that those Wilt Wings are there, you might not be that prepared to invest in a bottom floor and protect your bottom floor, especially if you just are instinctually throwing your big sludge on bottom floor.
Now, he does have the advantage of he's going to have burnout candles. So if he can get his did he take a Remnant Host? I can't remember if he got one or not. He might not have one. And then I'm just now talking about nothing. But if he does have a Remnant Host, one Remnant Host will kill the floor, even with armor. But he has to have that.
25 damage.
Yeah.
It's actually a perfect amount of burnout damage.
Exactly.
And the most pressing thing being that it kills all of those units while also blocking the triggers.
Yes.
A lot of the other methods that you could have for dealing with those Wilt Wings that involves playing units, especially using Exploding Candle, might not also soak up the individual hits for 5 from those Wilt Wings.
Okay,
I can easily imagine a player.
Norninian, who got knocked out, is replaying it, and he's already gotten to Seraph.
Took a beating getting there, though. Let's say that.
Yeah, this Inferno is coming in super clutch for Rising Dusk here, and just making sure that he's able to kill all these units on the floor with the Big Sludge. So very solid defeat onto Arcus here. And how are we looking at the end of Ring 7 here for Enigma and Peanut Jack?
So Enigma's in a very solid position. He does have a problem right now where his floors are a bit too clumped up. He's not actually going to be able to deploy anything anywhere. This is the problem that you can run into with that Legion of Wax having its ability duped. He's lost a lot of flexibility in his ability to play things, and his ability to redeploy the Legion of Wax.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's only got minis now.
Looks like Rising Dusk found the Waxer Snuffer. Although he didn't have
there's
a
a
Legion,
Wax
did he?
Snuffer?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So does Wax Snuffer give you triple?
It
with
gives you
this Tribute
triple.
here, or is it
Yeah, it's only
quadruple?
one extra. It doesn't double. It just gives you one extra.
Right.
Okay.
It's very
Still
similar
insane.
to Foregone Power is the same. Or not Foregone Power. Founding Seal is the same with Incants. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think at that point, though, even with it just being triple, I mean, triple's a lot. I think triple might be at a point where it's so much that if players are picking up Wax Snuffers, actually going to be able to generate that much Legion of Wax value because they're going to spawn too many units and just overstack.
No, where it's the strongest is Tombs, especially explosive, entombed explosive, or molten encasement. Those would be the two.
Right.
Bounty Stalker also benefits, but
yeah.
And we do see Rising Dusk on a molten encasement build. He's leaning hard into molten encasement Big Sludge now.
Yeah, and he's got the Crushing Demise, as you mentioned, as his cleanup. That plus Inferno should keep him pretty safe. But he's in a little bit of a struggle right here. How does he kill this Gilded Wing?
I think that Rising Dusk has pulled himself a little too much in a couple different directions. So the problem with the Inferno strat is that it's going to prevent you from having leaks, but then you're not actually setting up your Big Sludge to a great degree because you're not having things die on Big Sludge's floor. So he might be losing too many Harvest triggers here. Actually give himself the cleanup damage on Gilded Wings or a lot of potential in Relentless fights.
So I think Peanut Jack is set up to pretty reliably get a bottom floor kill here. And I don't think I don't think he's in any danger now. He got those early imps, and he's going to be solid for the rest of the fight. So now it's on Enigma. Can Enigma also guarantee a bottom floor if he wants to get first? And then on Rising Dusk to try to catch up to these guys. And I'm not, as you said, I'm not convinced that Rising Dusk right now has the tools to, one, clear everything. We see this already right now. Clear everything. And then the second is, as you said, to try to grow the Legion of Wax fast enough.
Yeah.
The Big Sludge, yeah.
Or Big Sludge, sorry, Big Sludge.
So, interestingly enough, Enigma here actually had a very, very considerable lead, but going into like a pretty comparably rough fight between him and Peanut Jack in the 8th fight, actually extremely tight. Only 100-point differential going into this ring, with one fight remaining. I think this is going to come largely down to who saves the most gold here, if they have comparable fights again.
Right.
Really
Rising Dusk also starting to encounter some time crunch issues. I think the Inferno should be enabling him to play a little bit faster here, but he's actually just been a bit slow in terms of, how fast he's clicking through actions here. I'm a bit worried he's going to run into a time crunch.
You can certainly get through Seraph in less than 10 minutes. And he should have no issues killing the boss here. Although, okay, I was going to say Trample could... How does Trample work with stealth?
So the trample damage won't carry over to stealth units, but it will still go through units in line regardless of their position if they're not stealth.
Okay.
Peanut Jack looking solid.
Yeah, he's going to get the bottom floor. I think it's guaranteed at this point. Between the fact that he's consistently being able to play Remnant Host, he's consistently being able to play those imps, he's not going to have any problems.
Also the hold over drip fall on Seraph.
I mean, the
I'm
only
interested to see how Golden Hand is right now. Golden Hand favors Enigma pretty well here. Oh, it does not, it appears.
Yeah, the other thing that would have been really clutch here, and you could have, maybe this is how you managed it, Gabriot, but you can get a flying kill if you have Burning Candle. If you have Burning Candle, your Molten Encasement will kill most of the units, and your Big Sludge can then punch Seraph in the mouth. But here, solid bottom floor kill, no worries at all, and he'll finish off with a score just what is he at right now? 30. I can't read the numbers; they're too small for me. But it should be just under 45,000. Yeah, so he'll be just under 45,000.
Yeah, you had it right. That's basically I just had 2 micro-stoned multi-striking sledges with an endless candled remnant host in front, and that pretty much was how I got the flying kill.
Interesting. I think we've actually seen the potential for the big stone, small stone event in all 3 runs today. Only one player encountering it in round 1, I'm pretty sure, but it also being encountered by multiplayers in round 2.
I was off in my math. 41,780 was the final score on Peanut Jack.
That's a pretty good position. Enigma in an interesting spot where he just didn't end up seeing anything to go with his combo deck. You need a nice mixture of setup and payoff, and he just didn't find the payoff. I think with a good payoff for his combo, he would have been essentially guaranteed a first place here. Which, makes a good argument for it being worth it to go for that Pyre Chomper. But just didn't quite pan out, making it a lot closer. As that combo deck just doesn't come together.
And up in the top left, Rising Dusk is struggling to figure out how to get this big sludge out.
Still got 6 minutes, so pretty good on time.
I think Rising Dust might have gotten slightly baited by the double triggers, going for units like Steelworker. Even with the increased power level and how decent Steelworker can already be, the scaling on Steelworker is still not that insane. He just gains value per turn, but he doesn't gain value based on the size of waves like Harvest units do, or the amount of attacks that Seraph is going to have, something like a Sap Wood or Stealth Wood. I think this Steelworker still doesn't scale quite enough in this format. And it just ended up being a scenario where it kind of played out to be a trap.
I think it's like a little bit ironic that the best unit in Hellhorn with this mutator is honestly probably still just Deranged Brute. Despite the fact that he doesn't get the double, the effect and the fact that he can combo so well with all the other rage potential effects still make him, the champion. Imagine, though, if the mutator did work with text, then honestly, Consumer of Crowns becomes so much easier to play.
Right.
But yeah, unfortunately, it's only active triggers.
You're good.
Yeah.
Enough, we actually did see that consumer pop up in a unit banner earlier, but no one choosing to take it. Not quite the setup for it.
No.
Dusk here with the gain coins upgrade on a Wicklash from the Winged event.
The Concealed Cavern?
It's got over 1,000 gold then, yeah. I'm reading that correctly.
No, 225 now.
Oh. Yeah, my screen's really small.
It's going to
be... end up
be...
doing something... I think you'd be better off if he had a little more momentum built into the deck. Players needed to go for Light of Seraph at some point here, and you can see pretty much everyone went 1-1, at least everyone on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Actually, Enigma might have went double draw.
Dusk is going for the top floor kill. So...
What does everyone think of 1-1 on your boss relics between capacity and draw here?
I think with Harvest, I love at least one into Pip.
Yeah.
It's usually Pip first, and then wing it from there.
I would have been somewhat tempted by double Light of Seraph, knowing that you have the big sludge and molten encasement early. You could try to set up double sludge, single molten encasement floor.
Right.
And also, it gives you the flexibility to be able to play your Legions of Wax over and over again, even if you still have random motes laying around. I think I tend to take Light of Seraph as my major boss upgrade. I tend to take double Light of Seraph pretty often when I'm playing Harvest-based decks or any Molten Encasement build.
I think one thing to consider here too is that they effectively have not Rising Dusk, but like if you look at for example Peanut Jacks, he effectively had 2 draw per turn because of the tail and also his relic that he took. So or the boss relic that he took. So I think there is a way to justify even not taking 1 if you have the right backup relics as well.
Enigma in with 44,170.
Wow.
Too bad.
So Nate, do you think in your scenario, or if you were in his scenario, would you have went double capacity upgrade?
I certainly would have taken.
You already had a lot of draw power.
I wouldn't have taken Ember. No, I would have, especially having a Pyre Chomper by, I guess you got it right after, but even still, I don't think you can justify taking an Ember relic in a build that relies so much on capacity.
So Rising Dust coming out there with 31,575. That puts him in third. Will be Peanut Jack and Enigma advancing on.
Interesting. I wonder what the what was the flying kill there? Gabriot, you're the only one that can look because none of us have played it. What's the?
Just basically double microstone, multi-striking, big sludge.
Okay.
And then, like you had mentioned, the remnant host in front with burnout, and then just clear everything, and you do a ton of damage.
So how did Enigma pull so far ahead? Because score, they were within 100. Coins, I mean, the coins can't make up the difference. They both got bottom floor kills.
Did Peanut take any damage at the end?
I think Peanut had a leak coming out of the second wave, maybe.
He had to have because otherwise he would have gotten the 11,000. He had 9,000, I believe, was his score off of Seraph. And getting a bottom floor kill.
A bit tough to deal with that. You can't rely. That holdover Inferno is absolutely insane for plugging up leaks, but it's not going to deal with those first couple waves. And even once you have it, it's costing him a lot of rage on Big Sludge. I think he just lacked damage output because he went for 2 different high damage builds between the Big Sludge and the holdover Inferno, but they synergized so poorly together that he actually ended up lacking damage overall. Pretty interesting. I think Holdover Inferno was kind of the OG build-around card from pre-release beta days. It was kind of like the first card that people really, really picked up on was Holdover Inferno.
Yeah.
Certainly was.
A lot of people still kind of autopilot.
It was the enabler for speedrunning very, very early on as well with Sinus's, infinite Inferno deck.
I think there's a lot of players who are still sitting on that holdover Inferno based on the power level it had at that time that have started auto-drafting it and auto-going for that build-around strategy, but have missed the fact that it just really doesn't work with Harvest.
Yeah, it's basically... It has its very specific purposes. If you want to do a full Inferno deck, you can. You have to have Stygian. You can't even negotiate that. It's mandatory. And then the second is you need to have something that can deal with Relentless. Narninian will debate this because he does his he did all the expert challenges exclusively using Inferno. But assuming you're not re-rolling like crazy, having Inferno as a way to deal with Relentless is just not really feasible.
Do we still have Narninian here hanging out?
Yeah, I need to
unmute it.
I need to unmute and undeafen.
Yeah. If we can bring Narninian on, I'd be interested to actually chat with him about how that round went, since he got a nice full replay of it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I did.
I laughed so hard
I'm
when
curious, kind of some of your thoughts on the run, given that you've now played it twice. You have the benefit of hindsight. How kind of went wrong in that first run that you found a way to
Yeah.
correct in the second one? I saw the second one was
Yeah.
still kind of a squeaker. You were down to 12 health going into the final fight.
Yeah, I made some mistakes in the second one because I didn't really care about the result too much. I could have easily fixed it, but I didn't worry too much about it. So basically what went wrong with the first one is Legion of Wax is a card that many players can make work well. I am not one of those players. I'm very, 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 very bad at using it. And I had to shift gears. And because of that, I didn't visit the Merchant of Steel. And in the ring I died, I just set up too low. There was 2 small units in the front that I needed to deal with so my big hitter could deal with the harvest unit behind them. So I needed to just set up on the second floor even, or the top floor, to clear out those 2 small units.
That's a really tough thing to plan around. I mean, you can practice combos of clans on the mutators and get a really, really nice breadth of play. But when it comes to random rares, build around rares specifically, you can't control how much you practice with them.
Yeah, and I shouldn't have. I could have easily just not picked it up, and that's what I did in the second run. I made a couple mistakes. I don't think I would have made those mistakes if I was still in the tournament. So, like you mentioned, I got down to 12 fire health. That was just carelessness. I think the big sludge was the way to go, and the melting spout. I am thinking the melting spout was the right call, and getting the stealth tombs right away was very, very good. I think maybe I could have gotten a flying kill on the final boss if I had gone for Ember or maybe even more card removals, because I had the 2 big sludges and I had a way to pierce through the boss. I think I got it down to like less than 2,000. So I just needed to get that second big sludge out there sooner, and I would have probably qualified if I had just gone big sludge from the start.
I'm curious if Enigma can hear us. I'm curious what that upgrade was. So what was your upgrade? You put the Legion of Wax into that Concealed Cavern event, right?
Yeah, it was the on revenge gain +1 attack, and so it's
all we talked about that.
All of them stack.
That's absolutely nuts. The text was too small, but we were talking about that being one of the potential events. It was basically that one or the Extinguish to deal 60 damage to the front enemy unit. Either of those would be absolutely insane on the Legion of Wax. I like the play to make an investment there early on. There's a lot of feel, I think, that goes into Monster Train. You know, not just knowing what you're set up to do, but having a feel for how far ahead or behind the curve of the game, the power curve of the game you are, and knowing that you can make that investment there, foregoing your Legion of Wax for a period of time, really paid off.
I duplicated the Legion of Wax. So that basically, it's like, okay, if I have 1 Legion of Wax, I can basically, if I have 1 Legion of Wax already, I can basically do what I need to do with the Daedalus. But it's like the having the other effectively. Basically, I had 1 free one to mess around with because I duplicated it. So.
Oh, so you just toss it in there because it's like, whatever, might as well.
Yeah, it's effectively a free one, and it might get something interesting, which it did. So.
Nice.
So we are we got 5 minutes left.
Over to
I was just going to say, let's switch
here,
over.
guys.
All right, so we got 5 minutes until the next round starts. I'm going to mute the participants. I think we're still waiting on Sanguine Penguin, right?
Yes, Sanguine Penguin.
Yeah.
He's in here.
He's in here. He just needs to share.
My bad, guys.
No problem at all.
And now you can't hear us anymore. Goodbye. Good luck. Enjoy the run.
Go ahead and get myself set up here. Or Gabriot, do you want to go ahead and put go ahead and put those together? And
Sure.
I'll keep chatting here for a little bit.
Sounds good.
I'm actually interested to go ahead and see and talk about what the next combo is. Nate, do we have the seed set up here?
Yep. It is already up. Let me just jump into the seed myself.
Umbra Awoken.
Umbra Awoken.
I think Awoken, like the Hollow, the Shattered Shell, the There's a lot of good combos from Awoken. A lot of double trigger things.
It surprisingly, the Animus, unless you pair it with like specifically some
Awoken
form,
Hollow.
Awoken Hollow or some type of Gorge, you're going to struggle. And one thing, and this is actually even on me, Eaton is doubled. So one nice thing about Umbra is that every single one of your morsels now gets a second trigger.
Yeah,
Which
Eaton's doubled. Yeah,
That took me forever to
make them
actually
wish that
realize.
but
number.
not like the on summon the morsel master.
correct.
Isn't doubled.
Text is not doubled. Text is not doubled. That's Morsel Maker and Morsel Master. No,
Morsel Maker is.
Morsel Maker is. You're right. Because it's a resolve trigger.
That's thrown me at least once where I was like, oh, I have 3 space for Morsel Maker to be placed here and still place a unit next turn, but no, you need 5 space.
Yeah. So it'd be very, very interesting to see how they would play it. I'm trying to think. So what would be if we were to tier? What would be the top tier units that you would want?
Shattered Shell has a problem in the score department because of turn 1. So if you can do cleanup on turn 1, I would put Shattered Shell there. If you have some way to deal with that. Otherwise, you got Overgorger. It's gotta be top.
Yeah, Overgorger.
I think as far as guaranteeing, I think what you want to do is have a mixture of setting up your guaranteed relentless kill on whichever floor you want to set it up, while also just having something that's set up to kill waves. And Awoken Number can give you a nice mixture of those. If you get something like a Thorned Hollow, and then in either of the collector gorging units.
This is Root Seeds though, so I don't like Thorned Hollow.
Neither do I. You can justify. I think you can still justify a Cultivate because Cultivate is so strong with double triggers. But I kind of agree. I don't think Spikes is as good.
I do like a Shadow Eater. A lot.
I also really like the robot. I think the robot is surprisingly consistent in my experience, having practiced for the tournament with double Eaten and double fuel.
The fuel problem goes away as long as you're not playing with Plinks.
Correct, and you have shade splitters here. So I if you have the option, I would take the robot.
Yeah, I think I would take the Overgorger over anything, but
yeah,
because you just give it quick and multi-strike, and who cares about relentless?
I mean, we saw that in the qualifier round. That was the qualifier round. People were getting close to 50k, so certainly would be good. Oh, Wally's starting.
Well, shall we go ahead and start?
Yeah,
I'm good to go.
Also, we're getting sound from Wally.
Oh.
Let me see if I can.
Yeah, can someone shoot him a message real quick?
You can mute him.
I think you can deafen him, right?
I did. I muted and deafened him, but I have to deafen the video. Hold on.
Oh, right.
Let me see if I
can. No one's clicked the units yet. Okay, Shattered Shell. I would probably pick up Shattered Shell.
Just a second.
Shadow Eater. I would probably pick up Shadow Eater. Morsel Master, though, has the benefit of not costing 2. And that might be worth it.
I also think you have to be a little bit concerned about the anti-synergy between Shadow Eater and Shattered Shell. They do kind of occupy the same space, and you're pretty likely to be able to get your other floor later.
You can't count on that.
So they also start with Mind Jacks, though. And so with Mind Jacks, you can play both. You can still have space, and as Narnine mentioned, if you have Quick, that's a really difficult floor to lose with.
You don't even need Quick if you put Shadow Eater on the same floor as Shattered Shell.
Yeah, that's also true.
And then the Shadow Eater can actually finish off the heavies pretty early on in the fight.
So I think the interesting point of decision here is going to be when we see more unit drafts, what's the second unit that people decide to go with? Do you prioritize Shattered Shell as your way to deal with waves, or do you use it as your relentless killer? I'd lean towards it being the former. I'd lean towards just using it as your wave sweep, but not relying it on relentless.
It's gonna if it's gonna kill waves, it's gonna kill the boss. If it's not killing waves, then it's not killing. I mean, I think it's gonna have tons of damage if it's doing enough to do anything. If you're just using it to kill backliners, I think it's a waste. That's my opinion. I got eliminated in semifinals, so take it with a grain of salt.
And I got eliminated
my
in the
concern would
quarters,
just
so
be-
yeah.
My concern would be when you're dealing with relentless fights in these units that just have so much health, you're gonna have to find a way to actually let Shattered Shell get more than a couple of hits off. So you're gonna need some defense. You could just set up a blocker for the Shattered Shell itself and not worry about a 2-floor split. But then I think you lose some value on your ability to set up a low floor and kill units on a higher floor.
Now, one thing that it has going for it is you can justify a large stone. You have plenty of space. I mean, we're seeing floors with 7-8 capacity, right? Like, you can justify the space, get a large stone, get multi-strike, and that's going to set you up with 70 damage starting. That's pretty good. And then you root seeds on top. Like, I think you can get there.
Like Quick was offered, and then you got a Steel Enhancer. I like Steel Enhancer. I like Steel Enhancer. I'm not sure about Sting, but it's okay.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
I mean, at this point, the only thing you're worried about are the tankier frontline units, so a little bit of frontline burst damage, especially with the amount of momentum that's built into this deck between the Ember Cache and the Root Seeds. I think you can actually do a lot of damage with a Sting build if you splash into it.
Honestly, what I'd be hoping for, and I know it's a very hated card, but like, X 30 damage X might come in clutch here, because this is not an Ember. Apart from playing Shadow Eater, it's not really a huge Ember focused
right,
deck.
And you got the Ember Cache to
yes.
You have a pretty small deck potentially.
I started to hate that card less ever since they made it so you can Ember upgrade them at shops.
Yeah, -1 on it is like instantly
30
good.
damage is a good spell. Like 3. Yeah, I don't know. So Endless is the other upgrade. It's got Quick and Endless, I believe, in Ring 2. I don't like Endless on anything.
No, Shadow Eater is going to survive way too consistently to need Endless, and
also it's too expensive to play it.
So the biggest issue here is, what do you do about Quick? Or sorry, no, let me say that again. What do you do about Spikes? You will just get wrecked if you take a Spikes trial at this point.
Well, apparently not if you give Spikes to Shadow Eater. 'Cause that's what somebody did. Wally did that, and obviously it denies triggers to Shattered Shell, but he has Quick. So I guess that doesn't work if you have Quick.
Yeah, I guess you can keep him healed. And if you have
you need.
plays.
Steel Enhancer helps a bit, but if you need like large or
Immortal Trade. But Immortal Trade. So the problem is that even if you take Immortal Trade, if you have 3 units, let's say Ring 7 Spike Trial, where the spikes are 5, you just die. It doesn't matter. You still have enough base health. That's.
It also, the spikes also kill you before it actually.
Wildwood Sap.
Yeah, but again, 5 regen. You have a.
Yeah.
I like the large stone. We have large stone Quick in on Curious, and I think that makes total sense.
We got large stone, and he's putting him in front. I like Curious's. I might have done that. Like what Curious is doing is using a Morsel Master to super feed Shattered Shell, and that speeds up his damage threshold much quicker. He's
still going to have issues. Because even 67 damage is great for Talos. It's not enough for Ring 7 and for Seraph, certainly. Especially not Seraph the Chaste. He needs something else. And Seraph the Chaste has the additional worst part is, how in the world are you going to get enough kills? Like you're not going to kill you're not going to kill basically anything. The armor's too high, and
you get Furnace Tap or anything like that. It's really just turn 1 that's the problem. And you got Sharp
Penguin here going with a split of Shadow Eater Alloy Construct, I think is pretty solid. I mean, it's kind of a classic split of ways to deal with backline and ways to deal with frontline. I'm still not sure it's going to generate as much value for him as this Shattered Shell is. I mean, if you talk about things that are reliable, Shadow Eater plus the robot is not bad. But things that are busted, that are actually going to generate you insane amounts of scores, Shadow Shell's a little tough to compete with there.
I'd be tempted by that morsel maker. That is so much. What is that?
It's
That's,
12, 12, 10 doubled, 24, 20 worth of stats.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's delayed by a turn is the main problem, but I think I would have taken it. For at least for Cerebral or Curious, who is relying on morsels
Right.
to scale and sharpen.
I think that one concern that some players are having is your ability to play selected morsels is somewhat valuable here. You know, having that single lifesteal morsel go in or the damage shield morsel, being able to choose which one you play is really valuable, and you're not going to be able to do that if you're just filling up your floor with Entumbras like if you're just going, you know, with damage and health morsels. The thing to really consider about that, though, I'm not sure that the flexible buff units are actually that good long term. We are dealing with Seraph the Chase. That is something to look out for. So maybe raw stats is where you'd rather be.
That's kind of what I'm leaning on. I think Entumbra morsels become so much better when they're giving you plus 10. That is, and if you think about that, like, what does that mean effectively? That means effectively you are getting an entire Seraph's turn of attack if you have a morsel maker every single turn.
Right.
So
There's also some minor considerations against stats on the other end of that, where playing these selected morsels and avoiding giving your Shadow Eater damage if possible might help you against a Spikes trial later. Or if you were, you know, worried about it in the mid game, there's still the Spikes boss. If you run into Spikes boss with a Shadow Eater that has 2 attack, he's going to die a lot faster than normal.
So we're going to see a lot of damage going up into for Wally here. He's just not. He played on the middle floor and he's missing all of these units. His Pyre is going to take a beating from this Talos fight.
Oh, the haste.
Yeah.
That is one downside of the mines, Jax.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like you planned for it, and then oh wait, that's right, haste.
You know,
also just tend to lack a lot of backline damage with this combo, or at least targeted damage.
Oh man, Cerebral went for 2 shattered shells, so some follow up. The second one's gonna get a lot of kills.
Just took a massive hit though. The clipped Guardian go up with almost full health.
Yeah, he's going to get hit.
They're healing. Is this the heal of the full trial?
Yep, they are full. Oh wow, he's not gonna get the second one either. Luckily, he will get a bottom floor kill, so he won't have to take damage from the second one. But
right.
So if I were playing this, let's look at for example, Sanguine Penguin. Getting something like a cave-in or a restoring retreat just instantly makes this build relentless worthy. I think that's the biggest problem right now, right? You have the Shadow Eater, you have your robot, but what do you do about relentless? The robot can't tank that much damage, and
right.
your Shadow Eater can't do much damage. And so then how do you deal with relentless? Well, yeah, take a any type of descend is going to all of a sudden bring a spell together.
You have trap shoot. It's not great, but it is a thing that you have.
And you
Right.
can sacrifice one turn
Relentless.
of damage in order to get 4 more turns of damage, right? Like,
Right.
So it's possible Sanguine Penguin bumps into a more synergistic build here. Watching what Cerebral, the red player, just run into, we saw a couple of Spike relics. Sting relics. And Sanguine Penguin has leaned hardest into a possible Sting build.
Right.
I'm wondering if, upon seeing those relics in the next ring, if he might be able to flex into doing something insane with Stings. It's not going to help you with relentless fights that much, but in terms of dealing with leaks, that's a pretty good way to do it.
I suppose we'll also have to hope that he goes the path that leads him to artifacts.
man, these making immortals are really making this Shadow Eater quite thick. You don't normally see such big Shadow Eaters out in the wild.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cerebral now on the what I would say in on top of Inferno was the second kind of alpha or beta build around of the game, which was oh man, I don't know why I can't think of it. It's Regen and Spikes.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, the spell that makes copies of itself.
Yeah.
Spreading spores.
Spreading spores.
Spores. So he's got a nice little spreading spores build going up here, which is a way to deal with your relentless fights if you're worried about Shattered Shell dying. Also, just spreading spores is insane in general, especially on a Shattered Shell.
But against the chased, I don't love it.
Yeah,
I think you need raw stats.
That's the biggest thing with the chase is it's the 2 layers, right? The layer 1, which is the cleanse, which is going to be annoying. Luckily, he is playing a 2-floor setup, so it's mitigated a bit. But the part 2 is the unit makeup. The unit makeup is primarily big, thick, tanky units, and Spikes just does nothing against them.
Right.
You already have Sweep to take the backliners out, so Spikes are just, I don't know, there to do a little bit of extra damage during Relentless. I also don't see it here.
Well, what I think I would like to see here is a more combo-oriented deck using a Splash Stings build along with your Root Seeds to build a high momentum deck, allowing you to play a certain amount of stings, especially when you start combining that with there was the Sting Relic that gives your stings piercing. I think if you play, no, it's not going to work if you're playing 2 or 3 stings every turn and you're using it as extra value. That's not how you're burning down frontliners. Playing 5 or 6 every turn, while also propelling yourself into more spreading spores, allowing yourself to actually generate value while Seraph the Chase is climbing the floors after it's entered the train. I think you can have a full build here, which is a spreading spores sting build that just prepares itself to deal with backliners via the Shattered Shell. I think there's a build to be had here.
I also quite like if you can get piercing, you can deal with the armor blockers
Void binding. Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
I would be tempted by void binding.
What's your generator? I mean, you have the excavated embers with Ember Cache. So I mean, you're obligated then to remove consume, right? Otherwise, you're just going to get stuck without being able to play any cards.
Yeah, or you just remove everything, but it's kind of late for that.
Awoken's Rail Spike could be an enabler for that, but you'd have to get enough Ember, and it's not reliable. You might hit dead weights, so I don't know.
Something like a consumption removal plus holdover on Ember Cache could get you there.
That might be what you need. The only issue there is that then you have a 1-cost Ember Cache.
Yeah, I mean, you'd essentially have to play your Ember Cache off of your
excavated embers.
Yeah. It's a real deal combo deck. I'm interested to see the heavy L damage base build that Cerebral has going here. Electing for a lot of damage base spells.
Oh boy. Yeah, Sting's just got a lot better.
Well, he doesn't have the other Sting artifact that that McBeard had.
Yeah, McBeard's going to be very happy if he goes the same path.
This seems like a harder seed. I know I just failed at Ring 4, but this seems like a harder seed than some of the earlier ones.
I think this is probably the easiest seed to get to Seraph. It is the hardest seed to beat Seraph so far of the runs.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what my strategy was. I think I pretty much went all in on Shattered Shell just because it seemed to be the only scaling option that I had.
Looks like Sanguine Penguin actually going for a dupe on the Ember Cache might actually be able to do something with the Ember Drain cards given that. I'd still like to see consumption removal on them at some point, and you do have a lot of incentive in his build to go for Merchants of Magic here.
And he has the double multi-strike on the Shadow Eater. It totally makes sense. You're playing your Morsel Miners down there. His Shadow Eater's reliably getting to 80 base damage every single fight.
It's very interesting. I like it though.
Just give him health.
It's an Animus of Shadow Eater.
Yes.
I think at this point, Shadow Eater is his way to soften up waves for the Alloy construct to clear them up, while also being his relentless fight killer, which is a nice place to be.
Alloyed construct just seems to be a cleanup, which is fine.
Yep.
Restoring retreat. I missed that. There's a restoring retreat.
I would take it. If it were me, I would take it. I think it's an easy way. You get permafrost on it. You wait until Relentless. You drop your robot, and you're fine.
Also might give you the potential if you regardless of which unit you buff up, capacity reduction on a floor that just doesn't work with the way you've sized your units and spaced them out. Just being able to send a really, really buffed up unit down a floor in a fight where you got capacity reduced on the bottom floor might be a lot of points.
Oh man,
Might be a lot of extra points to save.
So close to getting some kills, but not quite. For curious.
Yeah. Beard going down to multi-strike boss.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous about that because watching him, he doesn't have multi-strike. He's not really consistently clearing the floors. And those ring 5s can be extremely brutal.
So McBeard with already a lower score than Carius and Sanguine Penguin is actually out now.
Yep.
Yeah, unless Penguin and Curious go down, they're likely going to be qualifiers here, but still a lot of game to be played.
I think we're seeing a nice split here between Wally's build, which is a lot more unit-based, and the builds of both of the other competitors, which seems to be setting up your units but having, playing kind of more to your hand, playing a spell-based game plan from there on.
Right. Ooh, interesting. He's going. So Wally likes to tank with the morsel maker. Yeah, that makes sense.
But he doesn't have the damage shield on them. If he had the damage shield on them, then it's really solid. But here, he's going to run into problems right now, which is all your morsels are about to get killed by sweep units.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have quick on his Shattered Shell. I don't see the animation for it right there. So even in the scenarios where you're not losing too many chump blockers and you build up a big morsel maker in front, I think you're losing some kills.
Not to mention, you might lose your Shattered Shell. There will be 3. Okay, he does have the Steel Enhancer, so Steel Enhancer will keep it alive. And he's got Lifesteal, so he's fine. But
Holdover Lifesteal. I wonder if he saw the Void Binding. I just think Void Binding's a lot better than the Lifesteal,
especially on a sweep unit,
because it gives you some damage, which is going to be an issue.
He does have the Void Binding. Yeah, it's there.
Oh, he has that too.
Yeah, he got
maybe
both.
He didn't see the holdover until after the Void Binding, maybe.
So now I would have. Oh, I guess that's true. I was thinking Feast, but you can't with all that. But that Root Split Mask is actually saving him here.
Yeah, a Root Split Mask was super clutch, I remember, in this run. I think if anybody passes it, it might be a mistake.
I think Wally's losing a lot of value here. He chose the defensive option of going with chump blocking, which Morsel Maker can do for you, especially given the double triggers. The problem here is that if you're also going for this lifesteal build, you could have generated that 1 turn of extra block that you're going to get on floating bosses or any relentless fight from a stack of lifesteal anyways. And you can't get more than 1 turn of blocking from those morsels being your chump blockers anyways, because any of them that survive just get eaten.
The one thing to consider, though, is, and this is probably what I would do, you pivot into starting to put lifesteal on your Morsel Maker, because it's the only thing that's going to survive 25 damage. Your backliner dies in 1 hit. So he should start, okay, and he looks like he is, he needs to stack as much possible lifesteal there, or else he just dies. But I think he'll be fine here. 23 lifesteal is more than enough. He'll be fine.
We actually have Cerebral going for the setup that you were talking about, Nate, with I think it's Forgotten Name, which is the X30 spell.
Yeah.
And possibly going even more kind of spell damage heavy. He already had the Time Collapse.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how spell heavy he goes.
It's this weird situation where you don't want to kill too many things because you're oh my gosh. Sketches. Okay, interesting. That's ambitious. Sketches is an ambitious setup here.
I would go sketches here, but obviously you have to cut out your train stewards.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the only issue is that it conflicts with your overall goal, your relentless-oriented goal of getting enough kills on your sweep unit. So if you're using Mind Collapses and you're using spells to do a lot of damage and get a lot of kills, you might suffer during Relentless. On the other hand, you have a big fat floor here, so maybe that's enough to deal with Relentless.
I think Sanguine Penguin has actually now set himself up in the best position to possibly get flying kills or really fast kills. So he's on a Making of a Morsel build rather than the Morsel Maker. And he has Shroud Mitosis alongside an Awoken Rail Spike, a bunch of Stings, and the Root Seeds. So he's going to cycle through his deck very fast. If you Shroud Mitosis a Morsel Miner a couple of times, about every turn, you can do some absolutely insane things with that. I think that's how you get a floating boss kill with this setup.
I don't know. I don't think this is a flying boss kill setup. Or I don't think anybody has one, at least.
I think what you would require to make it work is you would have to have a consistent floor manipulator for Seraph. And I don't see, even with like Restoring Retreat, that's only one. You would need an Ascend and Descend. You would have to hit every single floor on that floor. But he does have both of them on holdover, so he will get a Making a Morsel, Shroud Mitosis every single turn guaranteed.
Curious leaking a little bit.
Yeah. Sanguine as well, but not quite as heavy.
I think at this point, in the position of pretty much any player, I would lean towards trying to just prioritize artifacts. Obviously, you generally prioritize artifacts, but in a case where you're not too worried about the ability of your units to actually output the amount of damage you want, you have a nice split of frontline and backline damage. All these players have kind of achieved that in a different way. Leaning towards giving yourself the ability to get things like there's the artifact in Umbra that doubles your Gorge triggers, things like that. Obviously, they're not doing an insane amount of gorging, but that Shadow Eater can do a lot with double Gorge triggers, Making of a Morsel, and Shroud Mitosis. Maybe play a couple times every turn. Feast is also another thing to look out for.
And actually, the nice thing about Feast would be, and this is what Sanguine Penguin had problems with, is his Shadow Eater kills the small units before the trigger goes off, the Resolve trigger or the Eat trigger, and so he ends up not being able to kill the big guys in the back. You see it here as well. Luckily, he has the robot for cleanup, so it wasn't so bad, but certainly a Feast would have made a big difference. And that's also
ironically
not including being able to eat more morsels anyway.
Curious does look to have the Feast.
Yeah, I was going to say, ironically, Sanguine Penguin being the guy who's making 4 Morsel Miners every single turn and could be potentially making more with how fast he can cycle through his deck, is the person that doesn't have Feast, while Carrie is the person using Morsels as chump blockers and already overstacking his floor does.
Although it looks like he'll have a chance here.
There is another Feast draft.
Yeah.
And Wally...
Penguin will run into that.
Wally might be dead here. He cannot kill all these units. Oh, but hold on.
With
Root Split... See, the biggest problem is he's killing those backliners before he can kill the front. Oh, hold on. One Steel Enhancer does it. If you play Steel Enhancer, he'll have enough damage to kill the front unit and clear the floor. Okay. Or Root Seeds, I guess, also does it. Yeah. Okay, now he's good.
I think Wally's also ended up in this rough position where... So, like, Carius went into the Ember Drain build, or at least he's splashing into it, but he had a lot more of a mana generation, which Wally has not found. Wally didn't lean super hard into his Ember caches.
I think we lost one.
If I was gonna say I can jump in. I can jump in.
Okay.
Hold on. I'll just share nothing.
Sure.
Oh, but then I have to stop watching. Dang it. I really not do
you know
both?
what? I'll just rearrange it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, well, I can actually probably try to throw myself in real quick. I'm watching on a separate device, and
Oh, no,
also
I'm good.
blasting the
I'm good
alpha.
now. I'm in.
Oh, okay.
So we're good. And I fit exactly where McBeard was, so it's perfect fit.
All right, sweet.
Okay, so Sanguine does go in with a 1,600 point lead and a coin lead. So Carius would really have to he'd have to get the flying kill to take first here. I think the real question is, can he survive the run? He's not killing the front unit now. He might get enough damage out of these first set of kills to maybe get there. I almost wonder if do you send the unit down? Use your restoring retreat to send it down. I think it's really scary, but I don't know. Most of your damage is sweep anyway.
What he needs to do largely depends on, I think, how much attention he's paying to the score. Obviously, like you want to reach for first a little bit here, but with how far Wally was behind going into that fight, I think I'd just lean towards playing it safe and getting a higher floor kill and not worrying about it. But how much he's watching the scoreboard, as Carius is going through this fight, that's tough to say. It's a tough thing to focus on when you're trying to not die and optimize your score.
Yeah, we're also seeing some leaks. Okay, not anymore. Just a minor leak with Sanguine Penguin. And he can actually even prevent that. Maybe. No, not quite. He's going to take a little bit of damage, but not much. But that middle...
I think if Carius just leans towards second place and potentially, it still leaves him the opportunity to potentially just bump into first place. But I think he's in a good position to just play it safe and not worry too much about his score. Just worry about surviving.
Love how giant everyone's hands are this run.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Root seeds will do that.
Built between, so the root seeds, the stings, the ember caches, a lot of draw happening.
Oh, there's the panic artifact going off. A little bit of a fire alarm. That is a very, very early shadow box.
Yeah, that I don't think in all my time playing I've ever predicted shadow box happening.
I did it
It's
once.
Just always like a massive surprise.
I was already feeling kind of low, and I'm like, I cannot have a panic induced shadow box here. I'm going to watch this thing like a hawk and make sure I know when it's going off.
Ooh, Wally's going down here.
Yeah.
So that should lock it in for the remaining two participants here.
Yeah,
And
I think the struggle for Wally being... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I think it's pretty much locked in for Sanguine Penguin. I do worry a little bit about leaks for Carius, whether he'll survive the rest of the run. The stings will help a bit, though.
Wally just felt like he was pulled in a couple different directions. The Ember Drain deck is not a deck that you can splash lightly into without consequence. You could splash into stings and you can splash into some incant builds, but you just can't splash into giving yourself Ember Drain and not having a way to get yourself out of it.
With the exception of Furnace Tap, I think that's a solo Ember Drain card that is often worth it.
Yeah, 100% agree.
It's amazing to remember that used to have rage as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there was irrelevant amounts of rage. It was, and also here, dramatically up your damage. Also, you do 3 more damage. Like, okay.
Also, I don't know if you guys saw
enough Carius also getting the incidental combo between the Ember Drain build and having Spreading Spores, actually.
So, by the way, if you look now, Sanguine Penguin also got Feast. And so those 3 morsels he just ate were the 3 morsels after he ate 6 morsels before. And he's going to get the bottom floor with Restoring Retreat.
Nice. That's very well executed. Very clean, shall we say.
Yeah, I'm gonna just throw this out there. I don't think that making 8 or 9 morsel miners a turn is a bad plan.
No. I mean, it's a very bad play in the event that you have no space. But here, space is the infinite, and Sanguine Penguin made the best use of it out of all the players, certainly.
All right. Does he get a restoring retreat? He does not. So he's not going to get a bottom floor kill.
The question is, will he get the kill?
Will he get a middle floor kill? That's what I was just thinking. He doesn't have much regen. He does have big numbers though. It's 160 health. That's
7 hits.
5 rounds. It's 1,000. 1,500 damage.
With damage shield, he has 7 hits right now. If he doesn't get anything else, it's not enough yet. But he does have a lot of morsels, and he has a feast. Those aren't the morsels you were looking for. That is a morsel that can help.
That's a pretty good one.
That will give him 1. Oh, he's good. He's got Red X.
Because each one of those is 2/3 of a round, right?
And thick, quick, Shattered Shell wins it for him. All right, so we have our 2 players, Carius and Sanguine Penguin, moving on to the finals. And they will be facing against Enigma and Peanut Jack.
All right, let's pull up that bracket view really quick here.
See, when we get the layers in, who we got? Everyone is still muted.
Let me unmute everyone really quick.
Yeah.
Not myself. I'm okay to unmute.
Hey.
What's up?
I felt really bad about some of my plays there. It's like,
yeah, I liked the build
though.
I liked the nice synergy between the splash sting build, the spreading spores build around, and the slight ember drain build around. It was nice though. It was like a weird selection of things. They all kind of work together, but did you have too many or too few pieces of each of them is a little weird to figure out.
I think I had probably 1 unit too many for the what's it called now again? The plans,
sketches.
Sketches, yeah. Sketches of Salvation kind of screwed me over. I should not have
Sketches
picked
was
that.
scary. Yeah, we were all surprised to see anyone go for the sketches in this deck. And you weren't on a quick shell. Were you the one who didn't have quick shattered shell? One player who didn't.
That might have been Mick Beard.
I was rocking the multi-strike Shadow Eater. So
yeah, I love that pivot, Sanguine Penguin. I love that.
We were telling stories about the Shadow Eater of Will.
I mean, the fact that because Ring 3 is when I noticed it. Ring 3, you had a Shadow Eater.
Sanguine, I'm actually pretty curious. I saw a point there where to me it felt like you were thinking about going into it, and you kind of did go into a more spell-based deck, trying to just build a lot of momentum and burn through your deck. Is that something going through your head, or was it more kind of just individual card qualities what you picked?
Really what was going on here was that Umbra and Awoken have probably the best rail spikes in the game. So my goal was to get a bunch of mana and get really good leverage off of those rail spikes. So that's why I built my deck in that manner, I guess.
Yeah, and it basically turned from this try to get a spike payoff deck into this 7 morsel miners a turn deck.
Which also did have the spike payoff as well, because that still existed towards the end as well. So I was happy.
It felt like it was probably the closest we've gotten to a combo deck in this tournament so far.
I could see that. There was yeah, maybe. I don't build combo decks. I don't think I've ever successfully built one like that. Just like does itself. So wouldn't even know how to do it.
Were you hanging out in that Penguin? Weren't you hanging out in that run that I had the other day where I think I played Spike of the Hellhorn for like 89, like that.
Yeah.
And I was playing Spike of the Hellhorn twice a turn off of Impish Scholar. Yeah, that was a sweet deck.
It's so good. Yeah, I Imps for that's so great. But yeah, I don't know.
So one of the problems
for those
is
who like weren't there to see the setup. It was Spike of the Hellhorn and Memories of the Melted as my only 2 consume cards, with a Melting Remnant and Shardtail Queen setup, and then I started making a bunch of Pyre Chompers. But my actual main managed generation engine was the fact that I could get both of those consume cards back every turn with a reformed Impish Scholar, and later on I was actually getting them back 3 times a turn. So 3 times a turn I would cast Memories of the Melted into Spike of the Hellhorn.
Yep.
guys, these are weak strats. You got to go with the
That deck was absolute gas.
You got to go for the Imp in a Box Infinite
Like a
on
pretty lit
accident.
finals thing when I was what's funny, when we were talking about it, we were like, let's pull someone on who we really want to talk to and interview a bunch before the tournament starts, just in case someone kind of just like face plants into the ground in round 1. And now it's just turned into like just following you along every round.
So we got.
I guess you're cool with it.
We got 10 minutes until the finals. Why don't we get
as
everything
long as I
set
win,
up?
I don't care how much I have to talk. All right. Do we want to go ahead and swap over, guys, to the finals chat?
Yep, that works for me.
Might as well.
Let's go ahead and do that.
All right. Let me get the seed and the roster set up.
Thanks, Nate.
And hopefully we get the. I had the colors actually adjusted.
Question is about it's real time. This is actually happening.
Have the chart actually doing exactly what it's supposed to do, but there's this weird thing where the colors seem to not track the names like they're supposed to, or they're like tracking the names, but they're not tracking the columns. Either way, I was able to adjust it and make it work. But hopefully we'll have this kind of turned down next time.
It seemed like it fixed itself when all 4 come in, but it like had order issues just on the initial 3, it seems.
But it seems like, as far as some of the viewers that I've seen in chat, people like the chart. Seems to do what it's supposed to do. I like the fact that it lets you see specifically where people were and kind of their trajectories in each given zone. That's the thing that you can run into real problems with when the only score you're seeing are their concurrent scores, especially in a format where players can be in different rings. In Hell Rush, you don't need to worry about it too much. Your rankings on the left side of the screen are generally, a good indicator of your actual ranking, because you can't be too far ahead or behind of people.
And it forces you to the same round too.
Yeah, when you have players like Cerebral and myself, they're not in the same ring usually.
That's something very interesting, I think, to talk about, which is just how players have chosen to pace. We saw in quarterfinal B, everyone was kind of on a same pace. It was pretty steady. And also, as was mentioned in quarterfinal A, it's not that players seem to deliberately be trying to use more time or use less time in earlier or later rings. But I'd be curious to see if that's something that kind of out as we have more of these tournaments, or as we get further into tournaments, whether or not players start to prioritize their time usage in earlier or later rings different from one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for pure meta strategies, I think using more time in earlier rings would be better, because you get some advanced information on other players, and often you can't change your trajectory once you've committed to it in early rings.
I found a lot of the give and take to be having more times in a later ring allows you to be a little more deliberate because there's a lot of game actions and a lot of things, a lot of sequencing issues that really matter in your later fights. But taking more time in the early rings allows you to set up your deck in such a way that maybe you can just autopilot through those last 2 fights and not worry about it. The tricky one to balance. We got the seed posted here. Yeah.
It is a standard Hellhorn with
Could be awkward.
with
could be,
Plink.
amazing.
Standard Hellhorn with
So to
Plink.
give-
Plink is going to be it's a little bit of a nightmare. That's certainly what it's going to be.
This is the kind of run where you're like, if you run into the Frozen Nostalgia event, it just becomes absolutely insane. You just start throwing damage everywhere.
Oh yeah, that one.
You just take the locket and you just murder everything with plinks and torches.
Or Dante.
Oh yeah, Dante.
So, Leda says, one piece of feedback, would love to see who is speaking if that's possible. Not good at recognizing voices. Yeah, that's actually very doable. I appreciate that. We should be able to
doing
do
that.
something like that for next time. Yeah. Honestly, we can just pull the feed from an actual Discord page here because we do have the highlighted names.
Yeah.
So if we just take a screen capture of that, we could have that for the next tournament. I appreciate the feedback.
Also, I could troll them because I have several accents I can put on if I want to.
I could give it a shot right now. Actually,
I need to hear an accent right now.
All right, everything's bigger in Texas.
I love it when people do an American accent that are not American. It's interesting to see what we hear like, what we sound like to them.
I can also
I
do
actually find it funny.
Plutonian.
So I find it funny even just amongst Americans. So I live in a very southern cultured area, and my actual native accent is really, really thick southern drawl. I don't speak with it a lot now because people did not like that in business settings very much. I've learned to speak a more neutral English, but even just hearing other Americans try to impersonate different types of southern accents, I find to be funny. Southern accents are kind of just one of the goofiest.
I spent a few years in Minnesota as well, like northern Styx border of Canada, Minnesota, and that is still my all-time favorite. And you can't beat it.
I was an exchange student to Australia for a year, and what's hilarious is really bad American accents. Because obviously, I don't feel like I have an accent because I speak like this all the time. But when people try to impersonate the way I speak and they're not good at it, it's just so funny.
I've got 3 other language accents that I can do as well. I got Bostonian, you park your car on the Boston Commons. And then I got Rona Valley, but it takes me a while to get into. And I can do posh, high English, sort of.
Well, you'll have to save it for later because we're now muting everybody in preparation for the 5-minute countdown.
Oh, right. Haha. You're in the finals.
Now only we can do accents.
You just all you have to do is get eliminated, and then you can talk. Never Nathaniel and I got it right.
It's speed running to commentary. That was and I won, by the way. I was the first one to speed run their way into commentary.
I came in second, and as usual, when Sinus, you and I always would compete, I'd always come in second, no matter whether it was score or speed or whatever.
I don't know. I think me and Gabriot clocked at a nice 0-0.
Yeah. Gabriot earned his ability to host by winning last time.
Wow, Narninian, I see how it is. You're saying I haven't earned the ability to be here?
You earned it by your
volunteering.
initiative.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, man.
But I just like the second one, I earned it by winning the first tournament.
So I was going to say, as we were talking about accents, I don't know if anyone has seen this video of Philadelphia guy trying to read a sentence. The sentence was Aaron ironed an iron earn, or Aaron earned an iron earn. But it just comes out in his accent as earn.
I'll be right
It's
back.
absolutely hilarious because he doesn't realize that he is just saying the same word over and over again until someone points it out to him. So he just keeps saying it, and he feels like he's saying Aaron earned an iron earn. Would recommend that YouTube video. It's absolutely hilarious. Moment of realization that he's just saying earn a bunch is quality. Let's see. Also, another recommended YouTube video is there's one of a bird chasing a kid on a scooter. I don't know why, but this bird really likes harassing this little kid. It's like a seagull or a pelican. Kinds of birds that people love to hate.
My wife has been pushing this video. She literally watched it for 30 minutes. It's a 60-second clip of a bunch of kids trying to say perfect, and the 1-year-old says something quite different. It, also pretty amazing. So yeah, look up also kids saying perfect.
Oh,
for a good time.
I actually know I think I know the exact video you're talking about. It's like this family and they're sitting around. They have all the kids say it, but there's the one younger kid.
Yep.
I know the exact video. I actually saw that video today.
Yeah.
Literally today. It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Man, we could hit chat with that quality YouTube video recommendation. Let me see who else we got here. Oh, I'm editing semifinal, not final. Oh. Like an amateur.
I will put up scores later. It's copy paste with my mechanical keyboard. It's a little loud, so we'll leave it for now. 2 minutes left until we start.
I have Enigma as green. Let's see who else we got. Sirius red and Peanut Jack on blue.
Man, this combo is tough.
Definitely.
Oh.
Participants are muted, right?
Yes.
Or deafened?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll wait till they get going, but I'll I have some comments on this upcoming one.
I can see issues surviving. I can see huge issues surviving in this run.
I think they're going to hate me after this one.
I mean, there's also the ultimate question of what is your actual Seraph the Patient plan? Since everyone's mute, I'll go ahead and reveal that that's who we're fighting here. Obviously, I could see some survival issues early on. Your starting cards are tough, but the Patient, for as much as people discuss, some people being annoyed at his power level, some people finding him to be balanced and just a different thing to play around, he is probably the Seraph that you most need to plan for. He really has some interesting kind of deck building constraints.
Right.
But I think if there's ever a situation where you need a game plan for a specific thing, it's when you're facing Seraph the Patient.
Yeah.
The nice thing about Seraph the Patient, though, is that his counters completely counter him. It's not like okay, yeah, Ember Drain deck, I have Ember Generation, it's fine. It's no, if you have Damage Shield, you win. It's over. If you have Silence, it's basically over. So that's the advantage of him, is that if you do plan well, he is the easiest Seraph to beat. But if you don't plan well, he will just completely steamroll you.
And also with these decks, there's a decent chance of getting a flying kill against the Patient because the waves are so small.
All right, we're off.
We got the start going.
Yes.
Yeah, I think though we have seen Seraph the Patient today, and it was a little more free than he's going to be with this combo, specifically because one of the best hands against Seraph that's more general is having your defensive ability be provided by chump blocking. And this combo, not super built for chump blocking. I mean, Umbra, you can generate a little bit of chump blocking, and maybe you can do something with imps, but it's not already built into their setup here. So if you're not chump blocking, you're going to need some kind of other plan, A's or a flying kill.
This Umbra start is a nightmare because both units are so reliant. You could take a Crucible Warden or Crucible Collector and be like, okay, whatever, they're going to do something. You have two units that do nothing if your plinks fail. And you have an armor trial. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's brutal.
And you have
Bye-bye,
a
Clink.
slay
Damage's
trigger.
not just yeah,
Oh my
that
gosh.
damage is not just the planks and the torches, but
Oh my
even your
gosh.
molting imps become a little
Sanguine
mediocre
Penguin
at that point.
skips both. I don't know about that. Did he skip both? No, he didn't. Never mind.
He can't
I
have
thought he
taken-
skipped both.
No, I think he just skipped the.
I would take the Horned Warrior, I think.
I actually don't even hate the. Oh my gosh, the rage unit. My brain. Sorry guys, it's getting
Branded warrior.
Yeah, branded warrior. It's getting late for me. I don't hate it here. If you put it behind a shadow eater, it's actually okay. But I don't know.
Yeah, I will say when I did this one, Branded Warrior pretty much was my only saving grace.
I feel like a big problem players are going to run into here is your ability to actually sustain damage in the Relentless fight. Branded Warrior can provide a bit of that, though it drops off. Horned Warrior is a bit more consistent. Talk about something like an Alloy Construct with very, very limited access to morsels, or the Shadow Eater, which doesn't really have scaling attack built into him. What's your actual plan when you come to a Relentless fight? Do you kind of just peter out?
Yeah, and lifesteal, it will work to an extent, but not if you don't have base damage. That's what we're seeing here, top left with Karius right now. He just doesn't have. He didn't have the sustained damage. He had the sustained lifesteal, but the unit just can't do enough damage. So we did take some damage here. Also see there was a leak, Sanguine Penguin, getting a second leak. So early damage here, and I don't know how he's going to kill this boss. He doesn't seem to know how he's going to do it either yet.
Enigma skipped
enough-
the trial.
Yeah,
I ran into.
I would maybe have considered that.
I actually ran into almost this identical scenario just a few days ago. But I actually, playing, I think, 5 different plinks, never got a kill on the Disciple Foot Soldier in the backline.
That's rough.
On the boss wave. Yeah.
Peanut Jack
that's
getting
the
a
kind of run that'll
clean.
be.
Peanut Jack gets a clean second floor kill here, the only one to do so, putting him up
Nice.
to 16-10.
Yeah, Penguin had the 3rd floor kill, it looks like.
Looks like a lot of the players opting for the morsels, getting 3 morsels rather than getting making a morsel. I don't know what I would pick there.
So we're actually about to encounter a tough spot here, by the way. Spike's boss is boss 2.
Oh my.
And there's no way you can really... I mean, you can't predict this, but maybe you can plan for it for an extent. But the players who are on Crucible creatures are really going to see a nice bump up relative to the players that are on things like Branded Warrior and Horned Warrior right now.
Right.
The only problem is, especially Crucible Collector is gonna get steamrolled by Seraph. He does not have the sustain, and he doesn't have the base health to survive. So it's good now, but you're gonna have to find an answer later.
Yeah, my general rule with Ring 2, since there's 2 out of 3 bosses that one has spikes, one has sweeper, if you only have squishies going into that ring, I pretty much always take the Merchant of Steel route. That way, even if you get a bad offering, you're likely to hopefully be able to add some health.
Yeah, Ring 2 is going to hard punish your 4 base and 3 base health units.
Yeah.
I think we've got some nice setups for using Crucible creatures as your actual Relentless killer. Again, you can encounter some problems with Seraph the Patient if you're trying to lifesteal your way out of him. Your mortal.
Okay.
There's an Overlord?
Yeah,
just
so
got
Carius
it.
picked up an Overgorger, and I think that's your Relentless killer because you just have ridiculous amounts of damage with your 2-pack morsels, and you're making up a morsel.
The only issue is going to be reliability of morsels, which the nice thing is because you have the double triggers You can go with half as many to get the same value as you normally would in a regular run. The other issue is his health total, which can be a big problem against Patient if you don't have a reliable chump blocker or tank.
Also watch out for the issue of accidentally mixing up your Overgorger and
Your Shadow Eater.
Shadow Eater. I've done that more than once. A lot of those copy art unit. That's it. So the Umbra Stone is very interesting here. I think the thing for players that are running Crucible Collector need to watch out for is your ability to line up Crucible Collector's damage with his health in a very efficient way. If one outscales the other to a great degree, you are losing a lot of value on those relentless lifesteal turns.
Yeah. The other major issue, right, is multi-strike. It's always an issue with Crucible Collector, and you have to again balance how much damage can you get with the multi-strike versus the you're essentially having your sustained through relentless. So looks like at least Sanguine Penguin opted to get multi-strike. Carius did not. He opted for a single strike, and I didn't see what the other players have done so far.
Yeah, for any viewers who don't know, if you put multi-strike on a Crucible Collector, you're going to burn through your lifesteal twice as fast. And even if you're already full healing off the first strike, it'll still consume lifesteal on the second one, you just won't get value.
I'll be curious to see if folks can feed their Overgorger much. I know when I was going through this, it was a struggle. Probably the lowest Overgorger I've had in any of these type of double trigger or double ability runs.
I can see an interesting scenario here where they did get the consumable event. So Packed Morsels is now available to players who went that way.
Right.
And you might want to end up going for something like function removal on Packed Morsel, and then zero it and start duping Packed Morsels to generate some extra morsels. Yeah. It's a little dicey, especially since you really need quality unit upgrades right now, which means going to a wider range of Merchants of Steel if you can't afford to pay for rerolls. If you're going to a lot of Merchants of Steel, you're not that likely to be able to get consumption removal on your Packed Morsels before the point at which you're going to start seeing Hellvents to dupe it.
And we're also seeing, players with 3 priority units, and 2 of those priority units both cost 2. And that's a little scary. You turn 1, both of them, without extra Ember. You play Overgorger, and you have no Wave Clear. You play your Shadow Eater, you don't play your Overgorger. So there's also going to be a little bit of a push-pull here with potentially, depending on what they draw in their first opening hand.
We can actually see an interesting split between Carius' screen and Peanut Jack's screen. Information available to us, because we can see both of them. There was actually the potential for a Deranged Brute and Perils of Production build. So none of these players have information available just, at hand to them. But this run could have produced some actual insane rage build that's not relying on morsels to a heavy degree, which mitigates the problem that you have, which is your morsel generation.
Then the only issue... Oh, go ahead, sir.
I had gone with the Branded Warrior, and then I did find Deranged Brute, so I did have that synergy, and it was even still like a brutal run on top of that.
I was going to say the biggest issue I could see is how do you keep the Branded Warrior alive?
Right.
And anything, spike, sweep, anything is just going to ruin his day. And that's just getting to Seraph.
Yeah, my thought would be something like ride Branded Warrior for as long as you can till you get your till you get quality upgrades under Deranged Brute, and then you just position to a double Deranged Brute lifesteal setup. Because Deranged Brute does have that built-in 25 health, so at that point you don't need to worry about your backliner.
Yeah.
Looks like a big leak on Peanut Jack's wave. He just couldn't deal with the double Disciple Protector, the double tank wave.
Yeah.
He's also having a major issue here in that he is not killing Talos on this bottom floor. And I don't know where he's going to get the damage numbers to kill her before she reaches the pyre.
Yeah, this is the problem that you discussed earlier, Nate, which is these this overgorger. It's just really tough to feed here.
Yeah.
I also think he might have made a mistake here. He has to get lifesteal to even put a dent into her health pool. He does get it. That's going to give him an extra 3 hits. It's not going to be enough. He's going to go down on this third ring.
I think this is one of those scenarios where you get your feel for your power level relative to the game, and maybe Jack disregarded his gut feeling, or he wanted to go for something really high upside. The Overgorger is a really big investment, but this setup just wasn't strong to begin with. I don't think you can afford investments at this point.
I think in order to make it work consistently, you would have had to have gone probably with making a morsel early and pivoted into specifically a spell a spell upgrade, but like you can't know that ahead of time. Like that, but that maybe would have done it. If you had a 1-cost holdover making a morsel, you'd get a thick enough Overgorger because you get 10 health per morsel miner. That may have done it.
I think also potentially if I don't know if consumption removal would have been available in any of those magic shops, but again, if you consume removal your the packed morsels that you could get off the consumable event. Oh, Carius just died. Oh wow!
Oh wow! And Peanut Jack was down too. It looks like. So it's between Enigma and Penguin.
Nope, Enigma's gone.
Oh, Penguin! Wow.
Penguin's the only one that survives through Ring 3.
And he was already the score leader. So I guess we already know.
Crazy.
Happened all at once.
As it turned out, just ended up being an absolute savage run, and playing it safe was the important thing.
Yeah.
You just had to go no investments, and you had to mix your unit upgrades and spell upgrades aggressively. Just spend your gold.
Honestly, I think Sanguine Penguin, even the deck that he has, as I said, I think it's a deck that will get you to Seraph. Absolutely. I don't think it could beat Seraph. So I think you're in this kind of like weird situation where you have to. What do you plan for? Do you survive, or do you have a deck that can beat Seraph? And this is one of those runs where it's tough to get something that does both.
So I think the path I can see for him. So he's on a Crucible Collector build, and he also has double Gorge triggers now. So as long as you can get your Crucible Collector's health up to the point at which it survives each Seraph hit during Relentless, you're fine. And you can always slow play against Seraph. At that point, it just becomes a matter of can you clear the waves? If the patient does have the weakest waves, but you have a single Crucible Collector to deal with a Gilded Wing or something like that. He did pass up the option for an Inferno. And I think Holdover Inferno might have played well into this build, especially since it actually lets you preserve lifesteal stacks on your Crucible Collector as long as you're full clearing waves with it.
What I would really want to see is if he can get damage shield on morsels, then he can start chump blocking. He'll be fine for the most part killing all the other units because on the one hand you're going to have units that are going to die naturally to jack strips, and the second is that he's got some burst with his impressive, so he is able to burst some front units before they ever reach the pyre. And then you can use those morsels as a way to block both, most of the damage that you're going to get from these units. So there is some possibilities here, but survival is going to be tough with a build like this. And even here, he might not survive this Ring 5. That is a lot of armor left he has to get through for a lot of units.
Yeah, it's really tough in these tournaments, just given the way this format plays out, to try and figure out whether or not you need to go for something busted or just go for survival. I mean, survival seems to have not been so much the name of the game today, and I think that's kind of what put players off guard. The seeds weren't super easy, but none of them were really just going to absolutely murder everyone like this one. You run into a couple of those in the quarterfinals and semifinals, and you're feeling pretty good about it, and then you encounter the murder seed and you just didn't feel prepared. You chose to make long-term investments and preserve gold and stuff like that, and then just get absolutely trounced by a seed like this. To prepare for, and it's tough to keep yourself on guard for it as well.
And
This
He,
multi-strike boss has been a real pain.
yeah, and I don't know that he can get. He's got 13 life still, so it's not that he's in a crazy amount of danger. He is going to get hit right now. He dies because the okay, now he's not going to die. He was going to die because the backliner was going to add extra damage to the tank, but he can absorb, but basically 21 damage. He'll be at 2 pyre health. Crazy. Oh no, he's gonna die. He's gonna die because of the extinguish trigger.
Armor. Yeah, the armor gain.
Well, it's not the armor gain. It's the extinguish trigger giving them extra 2 damage. Oh my gosh, he actually killed.
Oh. There you go.
Wow. Whew. But yeah, he's gonna be fine here. He'll have enough health, and he's got plenty of life steal. But wow, barely surviving Ring 5.
You know what's interesting about this fight is there was an option to go for Crucible Warden at one point, on top of the option for the Crucible Collector, which is what is generally elected for. Crucible Warden, the one problem that you can really encounter is that multi-strike boss. I would have been curious to see if the players who went with Crucible Warden to deal with Seraph the Patient later on, I'd have actually struggled with that.
Yeah.
I don't remember
You
seeing
still
the
have
Warden
the
Arfid.
lifesteal cards. You still have the lifesteal cards, so I didn't see the Warden offered either.
So the Warden was in another pack with a second copy of Crucible Collector. It was a late draft, so players couldn't really prepare for it. They couldn't just assume that they were going to pick up a unit, and they also wouldn't have had much time to upgrade it. But it was available.
So we have Rage Fell. Could be tough. Could be very, very tough. He cannot leak a unit.
He's also gonna not be able to eat morsels every time.
Yep.
Which is rough because he only gets them some turns.
Yeah.
I think you also have to watch out for, having that rage. So he does have 45 health built in, but having that rage on the top statue immediately crush a lot of builds like this. Tough to get that lifesteal going fast enough.
He's not going to have enough damage. He's going to die to the third wave, unless he's able to get. What does he need? At least another 20 damage on his Crucible Collector. That thing's just going to wreck his pyre.
That helps.
That does help.
Yeah.
That puts him at exactly enough damage to kill him, as long as he doesn't incant this one by mistake. He will take another 18 damage, though. Oh, no, 6. How is he doing? Oh, I'm not looking at damage numbers properly. He's able to kill. And now he should be in the clear.
Well, he still needs more damage for the bottom wave.
This is true.
Yeah, that double clipped Guardian wave is pretty savage. Especially if Fel rages them on the way up.
Morsels before then, basically.
A single stack of rage lining up with those clip guardians as they reach top floor coming from Fel will actually kill him off of 2 hits, even just from a single clip guardian.
Somebody dropped their stream, so
yeah, I jumped back in.
I could just open up Sanguine since he's the only one.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and do that.
That's actually a good idea. We'll do that. We'll drop the rest.
Borders.
Yeah, we'll just have to move the borders out of the way. Yeah.
So let me move mine.
Oh man.
Too big. I wasn't ready. Okay, he's got to kill here, or he loses. Not gonna happen. It's a loss.
Yeah, it's that double clip guardian wave. Oh.
It's gonna.
Oh, it's the tank plus clip guardian wave.
Tank plus clip guardian, and he can't even. I mean, not that it would help, but he can't even gorge because he doesn't have. They're doing 18 damage. My gosh, that clip guardian. What a freaking nightmare.
He'd grovel his morsel if it was enough, but.
What a tough seed. Well, I know what I'm doing on my stream on Monday.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not going for score, though, like, it's going to be way easier.
Maybe. I mean, this is just a brutal run in general.
Like, that first trial, I would have probably mistakenly taken. I don't know. Maybe not.
I could give you at least one little spoiler, in that the branded warrior made it a lot easier than what they had to deal with, I will say. I think I highly recommend taking branded warrior.
Let's unmute and undeafen and
Sure.
discuss.
Let's switch over.
Look
to
at those
bracket
numbers.
here.
Look
Apparently,
at that
it
chart.
paid off for us. That
Look
we,
at that chart, though.
That was such a rough
Yeah, let's go back to that chart.
I don't know what I was
Yeah.
thinking with my build either. It was just, damn.
Yeah, I
Made-
just ran
And what we were
through
talking about,
doing all the same choices and survived this time.
it's really tough, I think, when you're in a tournament setting and your quarterfinal, semifinal seeds are like, challenging but very, very survivable. It's more about how well are you killing Seraph, and how low can you win on floors, and then you run into that just one random murder seed in the last round of the tournament.
Yeah, that was the murder
No.
scene, definitely. Damn.
Well, congratulations, Sanguine Penguin.
Yep. Thanks, man.
Being the lone survivor.
Well, I
Only
only
survivor of
survived a
the
little
murder
bit
scene.
longer
Well-
than everybody else. Not that much more.
Yeah, if you look at the points graph from that round, it's like everyone fell off a cliff, but you being in a cartoon Roadrunner character were running so fast that you made it off the cliff while still running before you fell.
Yeah, that was a really tough
Jump
one.
the furthest.
But definitely, like I think I had 2 armor trials, and with armor trials and planks, man, it's just sad times.
It is.
Yeah, those were some tough planks and torches. Not exactly a combo, but also just not great when you don't have a lot of ways to leverage them. I also saw a lot of people having problems with double. I'm gonna think of what it is. Disciple. It's not disciple foot soldier. The double tank, the 2 power 45 health unit. Disciple protector, maybe.
Yeah.
That first double disciple protector wave was absolutely savage. Like, what are you going to do against that with, plinks and 20 damage units?
It was a tough one, yeah. But I did pick up that Heaven's Gold. I don't know if anybody got far enough, but I picked up Heaven's Gold, and that helped me get past floor 5. If I would have died on floor 5 if I didn't pick up Heaven's Gold.
That would explain. I kept wondering, like, how in the world is he not dying over and over again? And yeah, finally realized Heaven's Gold.
The problem is Heaven's Gold doesn't help you against rage units that well. The units that are building up rage, which you had both from the tanks and also when you got to Fel, from Fel raging up whatever she wanted to.
Yep.
Units killing you in one hit, it doesn't matter too much if you have, 1,000,000 pyre damage.
Right. Yeah, I was very stressed on that last one for anything to answer. The morsel generation was not there.
I'm currently doing a replay just for fun, and I'm doing the build I should have gone for.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to play that one. That one looks like fun.
Yeah, for sure.
I think so it was what I noticed, and it's also what I think Gabriot said he went for in the run. Was that you who said you went for that rage build?
Right.
But yeah, I think we'd pointed out there was a possible build with Deranged Brute, Perils of Production, and then Gabriel ran the Branded Warrior. I was thinking about double Deranged Brute plus Perils of Production as a build. A tricky one.
I know I had double deranged brute. I can't remember if I'm gonna pull up my what I ended up going, just so I make sure I'm actually remembering it correctly.
And I'm so tired
same
that I'm
Penguin,
just
I guess.
wasting money.
Penguin, I guess the final interview question, man. How does it feel? The big dub after all the
Yeah.
prep.
I mean, it's good. It's awesome to know that my hard work paid off, right? That's nice to know. It's sad that it ended as it did. But what are you gonna do? We'll see what the next tournament brings, right?
Well, and I can give you a hint. It will have something to do with an upcoming DLC.
What?
Wait, there's a DLC for this game?
But
Yeah.
which one?
When's it coming out?
It's a new skins pack for the Hellhorn.
Nice.
Sweet.
uh,
Buy some Monster Train points bundle.
yeah. So yeah, let me do some final words if that's okay. I want to thank again Gabriot and Viable for jumping in and helping to facilitate, allowing me to play one half round. Really, really, really grateful for you guys.
It was a glorious half round.
Yeah. And then yeah, again, congratulations, Sanguine Penguin. Really been I don't know. This is it keeps getting better every time. So glad that we've been able to kind of build up this community, build up this group to play together. I think Monster Train it's not an obvious PvP game, right? It's not an obvious competitive game. And I'm really hoping with the DLC we get a whole new layer to that. I think having the shard mechanic, having the Last Divinity as an optional boss, it's going to send these tournaments into a different place where score becomes less and less relevant in terms of like round by round play, and it's going to be more holistic. And I'm very curious to see how that affects overall competitiveness. We'll see that with the first tournament, but I'm really excited. I think there's a good opportunity moving forward to kind of separate from the daily challenge style tournament.
I think in addition, we appreciate the host and you putting these events on. I'm really excited to see where the production of this goes ahead. Me, Gabriot, and Narninian put a lot of work into this one. We made a lot of great strides, and we also learned a lot of lessons of, what things we did that worked, what things we did that will work better and can be improved. And I'm excited to see where the production value of this goes, tournament to tournament.
Certainly a far cry from me bouncing from place to place trying to commentate by myself. So appreciate all the work going into to making this a more enjoyable viewer experience, more enjoyable player experience, and we'll continue to improve. For those that are viewing, really would appreciate again your feedback. A lot of what we've done is based on the feedback we've gotten from you. Switching to a kind of general view. Adding some more layers, adding scores. This was a request from the last time. So continuing to try to get that feedback and improve things. And the second part is I'm really hoping that the DLC momentum gets us a much larger tournament set. I don't want to talk too much, but I will say I have been tossing around a different type of tournament. What I'm going to be doing is those that want to facilitate. I think Viable, Gabriot, you already are. Viable, now you are. You can decide if you want to stay. I don't know, Sanguine Penguin, if you want to get involved, or any of the others want to get involved in the planning and facilitating side. But if so, I'm going to be putting a discussion into the tournament planning. I would like this to go into a multi-day event. I think there's an opportunity here to especially for those that are kind of in like weird time zone issues, that it's not like a 5-hour commitment, but more smaller commitment across several days. I think there's an opportunity to do it that way that I'll be tossing around. But anyway.
Yeah, I like that.
Really appreciate.
Can I do one shout out real quick?
Yeah.
Guys? I just wanted to say that since the DLC is coming up next week, we know that there's going to be a lot more activity on Monster Train, i.e., a lot of the variety streamers will be streaming, and I just wanted to remind everybody to remember us, who's watching, when those variety streamers are out, because we will continue to stream. You probably won't see us at the top of the list, but if you watch your favorite streamers and stuff, but if you could help give us a little bit more viewership during those times, and especially after as well, once those streamers start to drop off and go back to whatever other variety stuff they're on. So it's a very important next 2 weeks for all the Monster Train streamers out there. So just keep us in your thoughts when you're on Twitch.
Yeah, and very much on that note, a lot of what we've discussed and what all of us have been plugging over the last couple weeks have been a lot of collaborative content amongst the core Monster Train streaming community. And that type of content is not something that's going to be replaceable by the folks who are just jumping on the Monster Train for the week. I mean, obviously we appreciate them playing the game. More publicity for the game is always great. But if you want to see some more interesting Monster Train content, I think scrolling down through the Twitch pages as Penguin suggested, and finding some of the collaborative content that we're going to be doing during the DLC release week, you'll find some interesting stuff. And pretty much any of us that you jump to, as long as we get a lot of this content going, should support all of us. So.
All right, and with that, I think we can close, unless there's final words from anybody else.
Yeah, real quick, Penguin, are you going to be streaming for a bit here?
I was gonna probably do one more run, I think.
Okay. We'll send people your way here.
Awesome. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Then
Any
with
other closing remarks?
just again, thanks everybody for participating. I'm really excited to see how the DLC affects the player base, affects the game itself. I'm not in the private beta, so this is all going to be relatively new. I was in the public beta, but and then excited for the next tournament. I don't have a date yet. I think we'll have a discussion in the planning. It will be in April at some point. The plan is to continue monthly. I think the schedule works okay. And let's try to get some hype and get some more participation. And again, appreciate all your support, both viewers and players.
All right.
All right.
Guess we'll catch you guys later.
Have a good one,
Definitely.
guys. Thanks again.
Bye.
It was fun.
Thanks.
All right, so then just talking to stream. Let me pop my webcam back on for a second. Hope you guys enjoyed. Obviously, I didn't play at the level that I wanted to, but I think overall, very interesting tournament. A little bit of maybe a little bit of a anticlimactic finish here, but still really solid play. I think Sanguine Penguin certainly deserves the win after his play across the entire board. He was very consistent, definitely showed up to play. And we'll be back again Monday. So tomorrow I'm off, but back in Monday. And we're going to send everyone on Twitch over to